Good morning, everyone. I'm Sherry Duffy, the Director of Learning for the Digital Transformation Center here at U of L, and I'm so happy to be with you today. I thought it only fitting to allow conversational artificial intelligence introduce the DTC and the program for us today. So I'm going to jump back and forth between ChatGPT's introduction and a little bit of mine. So before we jump into the AI intro, we have a few housekeeping items to attend to. Today's event is designed for you to pop in and out as you need throughout your busy day, because we have programming from 9:45 to 3 p.m. and the schedule is available on our webpage posted here in the chat. Your cameras and mics are muted, but we welcome questions via chat at the end of each session. We are recording this, and it will be republished on our website. So here is ChatGPT's intro to the Digital Transformation Center. As the world continues to evolve in the digital age, U of L is committed to providing valuable resources and knowledge to empower individuals and organizations on their journey of digital transformation. We are a hub of innovation, knowledge, and opportunity. It serves as a catalyst for change in the ever-evolving world of technology. And we understand that digital transformation isn't just a trend, it's a necessity for success in today's rapidly changing landscape. At the DTC, we're dedicated to equipping you with the skills and insights needed to thrive in this digital era. Some of this is mine coming up next, and some of it's ChatGPT. Whether you're a seasoned professional or you're just starting your journey, there's something here for everyone. So at the DTC, we have free learning opportunities, making micro-credentialing accessible for faculty, staff, students, and our community. Through our community partners, we're associated with the U of L Health Equity Hub. We were very fortunate. It's funded through Humana Foundation, as well as the University of Louisville, so that we can take our part to this, the DTCs, is we take technology out into the community and upskilling and reskilling in under-resourced areas. It's a vital part of what the DTC does. We could not do it without our senior training specialist, Jacqueline Williams. Thank you so much. Jose Nahara has just left from a role that was also serving that. Their skills and expertise out in the community is shifting our landscape. So if you haven't seen our Health Equity Hub and what we're doing, I believe it's going to be posted in the chat as well. For faculty, we host monthly information sessions to showcase how to embed digital credentials into courses here at the university. So when our students leave us, here's our hope that when they leave with that four-year degree, or they leave with their graduate degree, not only are they going to leave with that diploma, but hopefully they're going to leave with the latest cutting-edge technology micro-credentials that they can have. We want our beautiful students, our brilliant minds to go out not only in their field, but to have these extra credentialing on top of that diploma to set them apart and make them unique in this changing job landscape. Through our Learn page, community members, as well as faculty, staff, and students, as we said earlier, have many professional development opportunities with multiple tech vendors. We also have our summer badge of the month is running through September. So all faculty, staff, and students can enter to win this. So you go on and do our badge of the month, and then you are automatically entered to win a Kindle Fire at the end of the month. Don't miss out. We also have a newsletter that will drop in the chat where you can sign up so you can keep up to date on what the DTC is doing. Our website, especially our Learn page, is full of resources. Please don't miss out on those. The search engine in there is pretty good to get you to what you're interested in digital skilling. So here is ChatGPT's intro to today's programming. We're delighted to welcome you to the 2023 Fall Taste of Technology, proudly brought to you by the DTC. Get ready for an exhilarating journey into the realm of cutting-edge technology, because today we bring you a free virtual event that promises to be nothing short of extraordinary, featuring some of the biggest names in the tech world: Microsoft, Adobe, IBM, LinkedIn Learning, and Google. We're thrilled to have you join us on this digital adventure. These are Sherry's words. This event would not be possible without the many hours invested by Elena Fortunato Wright, our program manager at the DTC. Elena, thank you for your dedication and your passion for higher education and technology. If you haven't had an opportunity to meet her, she is the heart and soul of the DTC. She keeps it all running, and this is her special event that she puts on twice a year. I'm thrilled to be in her presence today. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you, Sherry.
We are back to generative AI talk. In this rapidly evolving technological landscape, staying up to date is not just an option, it's a necessity. That's why we've brought together these industry giants to share their insights and latest developments. One of the hottest topics in artificial intelligence today, generative AI. Generative AI encompasses deep learning models that have the remarkable ability to create high-quality text, images, and other content based on the data they've been trained on. It's the magic behind creative AI-powered applications, and it's changing the way we interact with technology. What you can expect from this event is an insider's perspective on our esteemed technology partners, Microsoft, Adobe, IBM, LinkedIn Learning, and Google. They'll provide exclusive insights into the world of generative AI. You'll hear about the latest tools, trends, and immense potential this technology holds. Don't worry about the technical jargon or the prerequisites. No tech skills are required. Each session is designed to be accessible to everyone, and we welcome all to join the conversation. Don't forget to drop your questions into the chat. And there's no cost to you, no additional cost to the U of L community. We're going to try to stay pretty close to our schedule here. So at 10 o'clock, we have Microsoft coming up, and our speaker will be Lincoln Hughes. Lincoln is a results-driven educational technology leader determined to provide the excellent education all students deserve. He's passionate about creating and collaborating and executing initiatives that improve student learning outcomes, especially those around collaboration and accessibility. He's motivated by the complex challenge of scaling solutions that prepare students for the 21st century, predominantly those related to underserved populations. His work intersects definitely with what we are doing here at the University of Louisville. Health equity permeates everything that we do. He's a strong believer in building empowering teams through capacity building, with a track record at developing strategic relationships externally and internally. Generative AI, a powerful technology that will help you create new and innovative solutions for organizations. With generative AI, you can generate natural language content, emails, reports, and chat responses. Build AI-powered co-pilots that can assist you with tasks such as coding, writing, and designing, and discovering insights from your data, such as text, images, audio, video, or graphs. Lincoln, I think we're 5 minutes early, and Ellen is going to have to tell me if I'm allowed to go early or if we need to wait for that 10 o'clock time frame.
As long as Lincoln is okay with that, I think we can just start. We have already 50 people connected, so Lincoln, feel free to start if you feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And Sherry, I am I guess relieved, but maybe excited, but relieved for the first thought in my head when I started listening to your introduction this morning, because so much of what I'll talk about is just like it's said much differently, but very much in the same spirit of what you were sharing. And I appreciate the permission you gave in there of some insider thoughts, because some of what I'll say today is definitely not, Microsoft marketing, but kind of my thoughts of this intersection that is really underdeveloped, which is just like what is generative AI going to do in higher education and to maybe a slightly less degree, but in healthcare as well. So I'm excited to I don't know if we're pioneers together or what the analogy is, but to kind of go on a journey together. So I'll back up. I'll say apologies if you can hear it. Hopefully, team's background is helping, but we're getting a new door today. They didn't tell me they're showing up. So if you hear a little hammering in the background, it is a leaky door that is now being replaced in my old house. So hopefully the Microsoft tech is going to support us on that challenge. So I have kind of three things prepared today. One is a real-time demonstration of how to use generative AI today or in the next couple of weeks for your job. And I tested it this morning and we're good and it works. And sometimes the demo powers that be don't always cooperate, but fingers crossed it'll work in real time. So that's one thing, is a live demonstration of just how to use generative AI today. Two, I'll back up a little bit and go through just conceptually where we're at today, and some, I think, really interesting graphics and data visualizations of what the penetration of AI around the world, and then thirdly, into how I think going forward, higher ed should maybe start thinking about how we're going to use generative AI in your classrooms, in your offices, in your reporting, whatever role you have. And so we're getting very specific, not prescriptive, but really focused at Microsoft of taking people's job roles and breaking them down into pieces. And so I'll go through some very common business roles like finance, HR, IT, I think marketing, and just going through that exercise, which I think is really a prerequisite going forward for leaders to lead their teams and their larger university or hospital into thinking about how are we going to approach AI that's going to realize the power that it is around increasing productivity, increasing creativity, and increasing wellness for the end user. And that's really where Microsoft stands on the topic of we need to do all three of those things and not just, make widgets faster, because people are not widget makers. They're much more than that. So making sure we're approaching and building tools and services that align to the end user as a human and not just a cog in the machine. So, but I guess I'll make this big for those on a smaller screen today. So I will jump into what I think is my favorite graphic of 2023. And this is a graphic that completely blows my mind. As someone who, is kind of I think they call me a geriatric millennial is technically what I am age-wise. And so growing up with a mobile phone, growing up not knowing what the world looked like before the internet, growing up in high school, having access to Facebook, and then now ChatGPT, of kind of some big pillars in the last 20 years, digital revolution, of just thinking of how much faster ChatGPT has reached 100 million users than those other things, right? Where if you think, everyone and their grandma has Facebook, ChatGPT has done that over 100 times faster than what Facebook had accomplished and what the internet has accomplished, let alone mobile phones. And so that line there, it's not exactly vertical, but you got to squint pretty hard to understand that it's not vertical. But going from 0 users to 100 million users in record-breaking time is something that just is both exciting and scary. And I hopefully throughout my presentation today, you'll hear me talk about ChatGPT and services like it as both tools and weapons. And we have to be very careful, just like any other thing. Like I don't know, I have a lot of little ones at home. So a butcher knife, it's a tool and a weapon, right? It's very scary if it's in the hand of a 2-year-old, but it's very awesome in the hand of a chef. So understanding these tools, that on one side there's all these potentials to it, but we have to be really responsible and how these tools are deployed, and think very mindfully of what impact we want them to have, including things like data security, privacy, regulations that we're all required to follow here in the US. So I want to make sure through my presentation I present both sides of some of those things. So one thing, just background, and I'll reference this some Microsoft research throughout the presentation and into influencing kind of where we're going next as well. And the big thing from that is just have to remember, we have obviously customers throughout the world. We keep close tabs on about 31,000 of them across 31 countries through different services, LinkedIn, Microsoft 365, academic research. And we use that as part of the influence to what we do and how we think about problems and solutions that we might try to solve. So I think I'll be a little bit contrarian to begin with. Of digital debt is costing us innovation. So there's a interesting thing that comes with the frictionless experience of just a Zoom call away, or you're just a Teams call away, or you're just an email away from someone. The reduction of friction between collaboration actually is, from an end user's perspective, causing a lot of problems. It's I've called it the collaboration tax, if you will. So almost 2 out of 3, or over 2 out of 3 employees report that they don't have enough time or energy to do their job. That's alarming statistic. I know in healthcare and education, I don't even want to know that number, because I have all dollars in my pocket. I'll bet that in education and in healthcare, that number is even higher, that employees feel burdened at work. Over half of employees, their time is spent communicating, and less than half of it is spent creating. So the idea behind some of the trend lines I see around that is people want to spend time creating that new, interacting with employees, interacting with patients. How do we do that? How do we have technology help us do that? More human-facing activities and less of the mundane digital components that our institutions ask us to do. So, with AI, is a solution for that? I think time will tell if how much of a solution and revolutionary tool it will be for everyone. I, have bet my career and most of my last 2 years of work that it's going to be a good thing for organizations like healthcare and organizations in education, especially higher ed. So we know that half of all users are worried that AI will replace a part or all of their job. The headlines are out there. I'm sure they're out there today. Your local publications are in the last month of like, what is AI going to do to someone who does data entry? What is AI going to do to anything manual across our institutions and physical, our digital institutions? And then at the same time, almost 3 out of 4 employees want AI to do something for them. Like maybe it's a remote task. Maybe it's something they do every day and they don't want to repeat it. Maybe, I'll focus on marketing today for my demo. Maybe they don't want to, take some content and chop it up 5 different ways for the 5 different platforms U of L markets on. Like maybe they don't want to take the story of the new research, rewrite it for Facebook, rewrite it for Twitter, or X, rewrite it to make a video on YouTube. And so maybe we can use AI to take the original content that is created through an interview or some kind of interaction with the research that U of L just produced, and then being able to just automate that with a click of a couple buttons, and be able to have those Facebook posts ready, those Twitter posts ready, those press release ready, that YouTube video ready. That's the world that I think quote unquote a marketing person might want to see, and these hopefully answer some of that data. So principles that we want to understand that and be very frank. And I'll jump in the chat here at the end of my conversation if there's any questions around this, which might be the most important question right now facing our industry, is just understanding like what are the principles of your AI. Microsoft has principles we encourage, and I've talked to some people on your security team. We encourage you all to have written principles that are displayed on your website of how we're going to or how we're not going to use generative AI. A lot of universities have published this with the help of Microsoft for kind of like the back to school time frame. So there's plenty of examples out there of institutions that are displaying their AI principles. Our biggest one is your data is your data. So we want to make sure like the data that you have or input or utilize in our platform isn't used to train models. No one else looks at it. It's your property and your organization's property. Skipping ahead a little bit faster here with some of those PSAs and platform setting topics. We want to one last thing before I jump into the second leg of the conversation today, is making sure that this is not just for information workers. This isn't just for people who are in front of a traditional laptop or portal every day. We really want to think of AI as something for all end users. So quote unquote frontline worker is what Microsoft terms the very broad and diverse group of people who are out doing things every day and not sitting like myself behind a desk. And so I think of the person fixing my door right now. Like how is that company using AI? The person that's in facilities, the doctor that's making rounds, the nurses that are making rounds, the student facing people, the athletic department. Like what are all those people who are, they might have a device in their pocket, or they might have a smaller device that goes with them around them every day. But this isn't just about people sitting behind a desk and doing their information or white collar work more and quicker. This is about all users, and we want to build solutions that are for all workers, or at least versions of it that makes sense for frontline workers versus other personas. So the one thing that is, I don't know if it's turned on at U of L. It should be. It's free for U of L and higher education institutions. Is Bing Chat Enterprise. So Bing Chat Enterprise is built on Chat GPT. It's the same tool. It's the most modern tool. It's Chat GPT 4 to get a little geeky with you. So OpenAI charges, I believe it's $20 per user per month right now for this version of Chat Agent. And what Microsoft did, or what we actually learned about 6 months ago, is that people or end users were um, not intentionally, but leaking personal data to these chat agents that were not held by the same standards that their organizations were asking them to do. So, for example, there were financial institutions that were taking, people's data, their financial data, copying and pasting it, being like, "Hey, help me, build a plan, a wealth plan for this user, or the small business owner has these sets of problems. ChatGPT, help me, devise a plan for them." And really well intended, but the problem is like that that data isn't necessarily airtight or locked, as you would say. Like if you read the fine print, we don't want users to be sending things, especially in university setting, PHI or HIPAA protected data into third-party sources unless your security team and your compliance team have explicitly approved that source. And I don't want to, fearmonger anyone, but I know that your security team has an eye on this. I think conversations with them should always happen before you go and use a third party source for your job related issues. I would never want someone to get in trouble intentionally or not intentionally by wanting to do this. So Microsoft built this, made it free, just so to solve that problem of like your entry spot into the world of generative AI is usually through a simple chat agent. And we want to make sure this data isn't saved, no one looks at it, it's not used to train models. And how we protect you is we use your identity. So for this person here, this demo, her identity is tied to Bing Chat Enterprise. So wherever they go, they know they're like, okay, she belongs to University of Louisville, and in that states, we know that she is safe to use this platform, and we're going to make sure we have those protections set up. So in Bing Chat Enterprise, I think this is a quick. I can talk over the video. And so coming the big highlights here, then I'll show you a real life example on my own browser, is you're able to prompt it to ask you just about anything. So that's pretty cool, right? So this person's asked to write a sales pitch and tagline for e-bike company. Anyone else who uses e-bike out there knows how fun they are. So this is a fun demo for me with as an e-bike lover. There's things that can be technical and not technical. So you can put it into different formats like tables. It cites the sources. Another nice thing about Bing Chat Enterprise, besides price point being free, is it uses the internet up to today. So if you went to OpenAI right now and you asked it, who is the president, they would say, we don't know the president. We're only trained onto data up until 2021. Whereas Bing Chat Enterprise would know like up to date that, the president today is President Biden. And that's really helpful for doing things, across the spectrum of your job, because your job might be, not only just ideas you have that is data you have, but you might want to react to real data. So I will pull up an example I did this morning that I'm going to. Here's the research. Okay, so if you're still looking at my screen here, you're gonna know. So Bing Chat Enterprise can just, be a website, but it's also able to live in the right hand column. So I just click. I'm not gonna click it now because it might mess up my demo here. But if you click on this, I don't know what we're calling this, blue bubble, and you're able to look at, I think this is the most recent press release from U of L. Really awesome research extending the usable life of a heart tissue. I mean, life-changing stuff, right? We want to stream this from the mountaintops of what it can be. Unfortunately, this publication has 38 views. 38 views know about this from this source. I say that's underwhelming and not enough. So what I thought of an idea that might be interesting to do, and again, this is one of 1 million use cases, is take this data or this press release, and I just asked Bing Chat Enterprise, please create 15 emojis with this from this article with appropriate emojis. So please create 15 tweets from this article with appropriate emojis. And I'm not going to count them in front of you, but it went through and created 15 posts with appropriate emojis. And I would that's draft one. It's never the final draft. I would have to read through them if I'm actually posting this on official U of L Twitter or different things. But we could keep going and say, give me 10 posts, 10 Facebook posts of 20 words about this press release and cite the source as a link after each post. So hopefully it works. So Bing Chat Enterprise is writing those 10 Facebook posts of 20 words or fewer with the citations here from, read more, learn, see now, find out more, discover more. And what's really exciting about this is obviously I am not a social media or marketing person. I'm actually a terrible writer. And I want to be very clear. One of the surprising benefits we've learned at Microsoft from, this first early dawn of the era of AI is that it upskills workers. You put me in the seat of a social media marketing manager at U of L, and I would crawl under the desk and cry all day. Like I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be so terrified to like actually write and publish information. And your entry-level social media person or marketing person who has 5 other jobs, they're just, able to spend 5-10 hours a week on social media, which wouldn't surprise me in this era of budgetary cuts. They're able to just do this, this 5 hours of work for social media. Like, I just unskilled Lincoln just crank this out in 2 prompts, and I would just have to copy and paste it into whatever um, social media tool you use to manage it, if it's not just like, directly to the social media site itself. And I'm able to do that, with a couple clicks, cites the source. We want more people seeing this and promoting the brand of U of L, right? Like, we just want more and more content out there. And one of the things, I talk about the benefits there of just being like super easy to create content for positive things like usable life of heart tissue. But the flip coin of that is other people who are just like posting garbage or, posting things, I don't know, nefarious social media, nefarious tools, nefarious, sales techniques, whatever, they also have access to these tools. So I think the pro and the con here of either the carrot or the stick of why we should be thinking about using generative AI in our daily use cases is because it's going to become the standard, because so much content will be created because it's so easy to create content, pretty soon. And I think if you're on the internet or on Twitter or YouTube, you can see some of the early adoptions of being able to say like, well, okay, social media is cool, but I want to create a video off of this. I want to take this photo of this young graduate researcher says, and being able to say like, mock up an interview of that person explaining how they did that using maybe their picture or a short video about them that we have. And you'll be able to create a video, that appears like they're speaking to this content, which is super engaging, fun, interesting. But at the same time, we have to be careful on the ethics of all that. And while I trust that U of L has super high ethics, I don't know if everyone out there does. So we have to be, goes into security concern, or even like Microsoft, when we talk about, and it's out there, not to be a lightning rod, but out there of just like, what does that do for democracy and like fake videos and fake contents and all that scary stuff. So I don't want to scare anyone with my call. Hopefully it's empowering at the end. But at the same time, like, these tools are being used to create content at a couple clicks of a button and a couple keystrokes, also can be used for nefarious and not well intended for bad actors. So it's an interesting space. I think it's a conversation that we always need to continue to have, to both have ethics and principles around our AI usage, and make sure that it's only getting in the hands of the people that we trust are going to use it appropriately. So with that kind of sidebar, I'll pause and take a sip of coffee and open up any questions or from the chat that anyone wants to highlight or wants to just verbalize, kind of halfway through my content and my TED talk here.
So we have a question about how do we get access to Bing Chat Enterprise?
Yeah, it's your IT has to turn it on until they have the option to turn its default off until the end of September, and then it's default on. So your IT hypothetically could always have it off for whatever reason. I don't know what reason that would be, because it's safe and secure and free. So I can raise it if it's not on for you today. I'm guessing your IT hasn't turned moved the button from off to on in their admin portal, but I could ask that of them. Sorry that I assumed that I was on. Most higher ed institutions saw it and turned it on. And if that employee is from a different organization, I can find out how to get to that person too.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question? Do you find it scary? Do you find it exhilarating? A little bit of all? Beth, terrifying. It can be, but
I personally, ask me throughout the day. Sometimes really excited about it, and then other times I'm very scared of it. So I'm with the mixed emotions, two emotions at once. Well, I will skip to some other content and thoughts, and I'm gonna leave the group with some homework of if you listen to NPR or your local public radio. There's an announcement that was made yesterday that I'm gonna drop for everyone as light listening on your commute or walking the dog later today. But that will come at the very end. I'm gonna highlight just probably in my world, my world, what I spend a lot of time thinking about and talking to higher education customers about is Microsoft 365 Copilot, which is only being used right now by I think it's like 98 or 100 organizations in the world. And what it does, I might come back here. So it's the same engine that you see in Chat GPT, through OpenAI or Bing Chat Enterprise, as I kind of showed there some examples. It's all using our cloud, which is called Azure, and a service in Azure called OpenAI. And all of these things that you see, you know, through I guess Adobe, through LinkedIn, through a lot of organizations. There's other models being developed by third parties like Facebook and Google are starting to bring theirs to the marketplace as well. But Microsoft 365, Office, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, all the apps built on top of those things, those are all using the same engine. So the idea behind it is to further democratize, to further make it accessible for these tools to use by not just early adopters, not people just like Sherry and people like Lincoln that are kind of geeking out and willing to kind of get into some uncharted waters to hack their life and make it a little bit easier, funner, entertaining, write a poem for their significant other really quick, or build a grocery list with one click of the button, or do social media sort of stuff like I've shown you today. For the meat and potatoes of your workday as a digital interface, Microsoft 365 Copilot allows you to bring that power into your work with security tied around your data. So, your data might be, the finance data if you are a business analyst for U of L, or if you are, maybe in HR, you're going to have access to a certain set of data that others wouldn't. And being able to plug in that data, if you will, to the Copilot or Microsoft 365 Copilot allows you to do all those things that you might do throughout the day. And I have some like hype little GIF short videos of what that looks like across the fundamental tools. And what it's designed to do is really just further make these tools accessible and democratic for adoption for the end user. And so the last, portion of my conversation today, I think I'm on the right direction here. Oh, oh, no, they should be shown even though they're hidden as optional. I don't think videos are ever optional. But so if you see here from my screen, document, Microsoft Word, tried and true, and you're able to access things in your OneNote or in your OneDrive, in your SharePoint from the internet to help you build things out. And not only is it the first draft, it can be the second, third, fourth, fifth draft. And how strong these tools are right now is that they are at the level of, they can pass law exams, they can pass MBA classes, they can pass CPA exams. They are from all sort of measures the best intern you're ever going to have that works all the time, doesn't get tired, doesn't take coffee breaks, doesn't take lunch breaks, and just is at your disposal all day, every day. So for this, simple document here from Word, it was just like, okay, we're going to create a proposal. Usually that might take someone like me, who, again, not a great writer. It might take me an hour to do this, from staring at the blank screen, anxiety, to getting the first draft, to getting it done. So this person in this hypothetical example used the meeting notes from their OneDrive, and then they added a template that has created or shared with them before. So using just those two documents, they're able to mash them together and create this draft one of this proposal. And then Copilot, again, it can live in the document or in your workflow or alongside of it. And you're able to maybe jazz it up a little bit, maybe add some images, maybe make it sound more informal or formal. Maybe add longer pricing components to it or more things to it. I think in this one, what does it do? Make it look like another one. So in pulling images from a PowerPoint, so you're able to do that, and this isn't hyperbole. Like that document that probably took at least an hour, if not 3-4 hours over multiple days, just took that end user maybe somewhere in the ballpark of 20 minutes to create something. So this is maybe more about me, less about you all, but I think the opportunity we have in data and storytelling is my most exciting part of it. It's just to share ideas, engage audiences, whether that audience is a student, whether that audience is prospective students and their parents and caregivers, wherever that audience is, you know, um, population level health conversations, whether that situation requires maybe different languages, all those things like that PowerPoint can do, just being able to do that so much quicker and so much more, I don't know, with ease, because like any end user, I use about 2% of what PowerPoint can do, from visualizations to videos to accessibility tools within it to formatting to next steps. Like I use nothing, like 5% of PowerPoint, and I use it every day. And just being able to, oh, I messed up the clicker here. Just being able to, again, some of these same tools, these same prompts that you'll be asked to probably learn or will become kind of a part of your workday, is what are my go-to prompts for Copilot, for Bing Chat Enterprise, for OpenAI, for fill in the blank, Adobe, and being able to look at these things and being able to say like, yep, I'm gonna keep it. Hey, on this one, let's make this a little more casual, a little more, but adding, okay, adding cost benefit slide. Awesome. Like keeping the same format, something like that. If you've ever, and I'm sure there's a lot of people here that can relate to me, if you ever tried to create a PowerPoint from scratch, this is never the end of what you can create by yourself. This takes like a marketing master to be able to have things like, perfectly aligned images, you know, the formatting here with everything to match the footnotes. Like all those things they seem easy when it's done, but if you ever stared at a blank spreadsheet, you know that it's just not something that's going to happen, or I might be alone in that. But being able to have the prompt be able to do that for you and to create this, would be so exciting. And I wish I personally don't have Copilot available to me as a Microsoft employee yet, but that day will come, and the content I'll be create will be so exciting to be able to do this and make things just even more personalized, even more specific, and useful for the end user. And then Excel, I don't know who's in the audience today. I tried to look up some people. I didn't see anyone who works more at an analytical point of view, but the analytical piece of view is just absolutely having something, that's that's at your fingertips to look at something like this that I'll do before they show the magic. This is a pretty intimidating spreadsheet, right? There's a lot of data here. You might think of your SIS system, your ERP system, your CRM system, and those are glorified spreadsheets. And it's awesome. And there's nuggets of insight in there, but usually it takes someone with the title of like, if not business analyst, data scientist, machine learning, to really pull out insight from those huge, large foundational data sets, and to start thinking about like, okay, what if we can just, ask this bot to analyze this quarter's business results and summarize what it says, and then ask it to visualize that. And to do that with 2 prompts, less than 2 minutes of work, and being able to have that done. And again, for those that dabble in Excel or dabble in data visualization, it's really hard to like, this is hours of work for me personally to get this just right, and to have the first draft and possibly the final draft ready for me just save me, I don't know, like I would say 2 to 3 hours a week easy from my specific role and responsibility. And that's expensive time. Like, Microsoft pays me a significant amount of compensation, and what this allows me to do is save time and go work on tasks that OpenAI and generative AI cannot do. And that's like human facing thing, and understanding problems and communicating in a way that's just not possible today. So I'll pause there, as I switch over, and if there's any questions, we can dive into it, and then I'll wrap it up with I'll start with, sorry, I have to, once a teacher, always a teacher. I'll end up, before I give you your homework at the end of this, with about 10 to 15 minutes of maybe the future or the next steps to bringing this closer to home and closer to your day-to-day work. So I'll pause here as I switch decks for a moment and give Sherry a little moment to
Oh,
highlight anything.
thank you. This is fascinating. Deb Deering wants to know if she wants to analyze our marketing campaigns, uh, can she use Copilot? And if I put it in data, it can make graphs, etc.
Yes,
So we have access to that now.
it's not available in education yet. It's still
Okay.
in preview, private preview, I think is the proper term. So it goes private preview, public preview, generally available. So we're still in the first leg. Um, there will be some higher education institutions in the US that will be piloting it for the next couple months. But coming to a theater near you is that stuff, which is exciting. And just because it's not available, that doesn't mean we can't plan for it, because I
Okay.
think even if it was available today, I would hope and am certain your security and data people would be like, tell me exactly how exactly this works, and we can give access to this person for marketing data, but we don't want, this is an example of a bad joke to begin with, but I'll repeat it. When a person, maybe in career services, wants to build a deck or analyze data about biology salaries, they're asking for biology salaries for students looking forward. They do not and should not have access to the salaries of the biology department. And so there's, underneath that hood there is some stuff we're not going to go into today, but making sure that like that user that's tied to your identity is tied to certain data sets, and that identity has access or does not have access to certain data sets. So no one in your organization has access to all the data, and probably no one in your organization has access to no data. So making sure, and Microsoft has stuff to work with your IT to make sure that is safe and confident. So when they turn that on for probably test users like the ones on the call today, they can confirm that like, hey, we're not getting access to confidential data and things like that. And there's built-in guardrails throughout that process.
That's wonderful, Lincoln, and so glad that you're talking about the ethical concerns as well as we move forward. Something to note is all of our state institutions' salaries are wide open. So
That's true. Yeah. We don't, it's like kind of like we feel the same way about this. I don't know. This is the Lincoln. I should preface 90% of the stuff I say today is the Lincoln's opinion, but we feel the same way about students using, probably an elephant in the room, students using generative AI. At Microsoft, we're not naive to know that students are going to go find and use these tools from third parties for good reason and not good reasons, until as a university we can figure out some of the ethical ways to, we want to make sure students are using the brains how we want them to use them, and not have someone else do a report for them and blah blah blah. We are not opening, right now, opening up these tools to students
okay,
in where they can't pull up Word, in the future. What our roadmap looks like right now, a student won't be able to open up Microsoft Word and say like, give me this is a high school prompt, but like, give me, a 5-paragraph essay about the solar system. We're not naive to know that student will be able to go do that elsewhere, paid or not paid, but they're not going to get it from Microsoft.
Okay.
So that's kind of our stance. I know it's a little bit of a shaking our fist at the moon, knowing that we can't move the moon, but until we figure it out and have a little bit more stance on exactly how our position is going to be, we're just saying not yet for a lot of these tools for student facing.
Okay. That makes sense. I have a couple other questions. Is it okay if I ask
Yeah,
those
yeah,
now?
yeah. This is great. I just have, yeah, please.
If Microsoft is doing, what does that mean for how long it'll take? Yeah, how long will it take to roll out? And then could it assist with Microsoft Forms and Power Automate?
Yeah, I love how that person's question is after my own heart. Yes, to those things. So you could take something to that person. I worked through this with a different organization. So Copilot, I should clarify, Copilot for Power Automate for that person in the crowd that I'm now speaking to is available today. So you can go into this platform where it connects different applications together and strings them together. So maybe you get a student interest form coming into some site and it triggers a email to an enrollment officer to like call them or whatever. And that's available today. So you can just, with natural language, say like, I want to connect when a student, again, when someone likes my Twitter post, I add them as a follower. Like you can do that with Power Automate is a really silly example. And you're able to now, instead of being able to having to be more technical in connecting those Lego pieces together, you can just tell Copilot for Power Automate, I want to do this. And then it'll give you like draft one of that architecture. And then if it looks good, you can say put it into production. So feel free if that person's in the chat, I'll grab their info and could connect with them offline to go through some of those more technical flows.
Okay, it's Brooke Whitaker. And then I have another one from Deb Deering. Will an email go out to U of L when Microsoft Bing is turned on? Bing is turned. Everybody can access Microsoft Bing, so it's the Automate, right? It's the Copilot that we're waiting on, and I'm sure some type of an announcement will be made. If not, we'll make sure that we have it in our newsletter.
I do have. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I just answered that for you, didn't I, Lincoln?
You did. You did the question and the answer. Great teacher.
They're going to have to watch me. Okay, this one I cannot answer. Can we trust the Copilot tool, and will it always be 100% accurate?
Yeah, I would say to the second answer, no. I would say to both answers, I would not even trust but verify came to mind first. I would not say trust but verify. I would say verify then trust.
Oh.
Like think about like, okay, like approach this, like, yes, Microsoft. Oh, I'm starting to look at the chat. I got it. I'll get distracted if I look at the chat. Microsoft is, I think, at the forefront of this. It's, ranked all sorts of proxy rankings as like ethical company. Don't get me wrong. Very exciting stuff. But if I'm an end user and I'm looking at and I'm protecting my students like I used to do, like they're my own kids, I would verify before trusting, and then I would trust and verify of these tools and making sure that we understand and sometimes you have to, understand that like your data stewards are sometimes part of the security team. They need to understand not just regulatory. I think there's one level of regulation here of making sure HIPAA information, personal identifier, FERPA stuff, all that is those boxes are checked. Yes, like the Microsoft legal and lawyers have checked all that. Things around copyright is probably a cup of coffee for another day to understand like copyright concerns with all this and how Copilot's built around current copyright laws in the US and the world. But the thing you have to understand is like you have to make it comfortable for you. Like I think if we look back at how the internet and social media, like the original graph that I showed, has changed, how kids, how teenagers, how their brains develop, mental health concerns, like all those things that we didn't probably think about when we first saw the internet. I didn't first log into Facebook, as a 14-year-old or whatever and be like, wow, this is really gonna mess up or not mess up. This is really going to impact some people's mental health.
Yeah.
Like you don't think about that until, so I think not saying like this time around we're going to figure it out sooner, but I think we just need to ask the question sooner of like, well, what impact does this have? Not what benefits does it have, like what other things, and my homework assignment has to deal with some of that, but yeah, so can you trust it? I don't know. Like, how do you trust other things? And then use that framework to approach this. Because I think I hate the cliche in technology of move fast and break things. I think we should really like discern and think about what things we should build with these tools, and really really stop and back up and make sure like, is this how we want to do it? What are the impacts to it? And sorry, I forgot that I was still showing them on the screen here.
Yeah, someone asked about Bing Chat Enterprise at U of L, and I'll say again that Lincoln has stated that he's going to chat with IT here at U of L to find out when Bing Chat Enterprise might be available, and we'll make sure and get that news back out to us. And we at the DTC can also be doing that.
Yeah, and I think locking arms on that topic and many others going forward. I'll share this last leg of the show today. The sitcom probably is what you're all thinking of starting to think of, what does this mean for my role? And I don't know your role, and your specific roles are probably different than what they are on paper. Your job description on paper, that's how it works when you're good at your job. Like the high school principal who also has to drive the bus, sort of thing that happens in education often. But really trying to get closer and be more useful, not just of building the tech, throwing it over the fence and saying good luck to you, but getting really granular on being able to say like, okay, here, I make it, some of this is redundant to what you've seen, but to think of something like, I'll pick on HR. I don't know if there's any HR people here today, but HR does a lot of things, and these roles and responsibilities, these rectangles, someone might do more of just one of them or a handful of them, but we generally are thinking about business functions right now, of being able to like, what part of this is just busy work? And how do we get rid of some of these admin tasks? I know it's a stereotype and kind of a cliche. What are some of these admin tasks that HR has to do every day, all day, to create a safe and welcoming community that U of L aims to be? And so when we think of that, we're like, okay, day in the life. I think there's a day in the life at the end of this. Yep, day in the life of an HR employee is, crafting job descriptions using Word and some of those features we saw before, summarizing interview notes using Teams. So Teams has a transcript. That transcript can then be put into a format that might make sense for your hiring system, or, questions around, kind of on the negative side or the more uncomfortable side, the compliance side of it too, to making sure that like, this person said that they had experience doing this thing. Later on, if that isn't validated, okay, that's grounds for, rescinding the offer. Like maybe the person said, this is hypothetical, said they were a lawyer. We figured out they were able to practice law in Kentucky. Okay, that's a problem. We have a transcript and we can summarize it, and we saw that, and we're going to back up and say like, that we're going to rescind that offer. And then draft, that's a little morbid and dark thing, but trust but verify. Then draft the offer, of being able to say, okay, we can draft an offer letter to this person, Maya, and being able to say, we can include the start date, include the details of the benefit package, and if it's connected to your HR system, I don't know what your HR system or ERP is right now, but Microsoft has a lot of partnerships in the space where you can say, and include the salary information for job number 12345, and being able to say like, okay, we know what that means. We can bring it in from Workday, SAP, wherever, and bring that into your daily thing. Salaries isn't really interesting. You could think of, you could think of enrollment as being huge for this, but I want to go to one more and then I'll pause because I've kind of worn up my time. AI for marketing. I think this applies. Someone else has mentioned about marketing before, so I'll kind of go back to that one more time. I'm just thinking of if this is true for your team, it's great. I think if it's not, I'll be able to like articulate these are all the things we do. As a marketing department, it can be inclusive of everyone's job. I know there's overlap with a lot of roles, but overall, we want to learn about budget constraints, what trends are going on, what is the ROI of our last marketing campaign. We just, we just went to, you know, we sent out recruiters to 5 campuses in Eastern Kentucky. What was the ROI of that? And being able to just ask those questions. We have the data and it's your data. You should have access to it. And I know those questions I asked were like traditional marketing questions of the visualization component to it, but being able to be really help out. So here in Teams, using Teams and Microsoft Loop, which is a tool available to you as well, that's new, of being able to just help with things like brainstorming, of setting the table, of just saying, how do we eliminate this writer's block and get to a point where this marketing person, they manage a 5-person marketing team and be like, here's what they could use Copilot for, generative AI, OpenAI for, in the future. And so this doesn't have to be a Microsoft thing. Like I think, there's plenty of good examples out there. All I can speak to is I know Microsoft and its data and security um, priorities makes this really exciting to bring this to higher ed and healthcare, because I know and I can explain, and maybe it's just my own limited knowledge of the world. I know that this is really close to being ready for higher education mainstream usage to really help out higher ed in a time of um, budget crunches, enrollment plateaus, student retention numbers being maybe sliding a little bit, and just really being able to help with the institution maintain its importance in the greater economic region, and being able to really like help people again elevate their roles of being able to increase productivity, increase creativity. And with those things, when people are, feel like their contributions are useful, they're more engaged and happier employees. And I think that's the part that gets me really exciting, is seeing someone who, maybe is like, I'm so like, I have to do this job for 5 years before I get promoted or whatever it is. And be like, no, you don't have to wait 5 years to start doing these things. And, Copilot will help you scaffold those skills until you have them. So you could start, you never have to start with a blank piece of paper or blank social media calendar or blank fill in the blank. You will able to just have that, prompt ready to create the first draft, the second draft, and the third draft, and at the same time allow your teammates to collaborate better, for whatever department, whatever team dynamic you're on. And I think that's really exciting. So what we're doing with a lot of higher eds right now, so I cover like the quote unquote central region, like anywhere, I think it's like 200 miles from the Mississippi, more or less, is like what I cover in the world. And we go through this for each of their departments. So obviously there's academic departments as well. And so being able to say like, okay, day in the life of this role or this team, what do they do every day? How do we help them? And as it relates to the Digital Transformation Center, how do we empower them to make sure if they're like kind of um, maybe concerned or a little bit intimidated by these tools, like how do we demystify them to help them build out the day in the life? Because the promise here is to save 3, 4, 5, maybe more hours a week in mundane tasks or increase levels of productivity. And that is I think quite the idea of 5 hours a week times roughly 50 working weeks in the year. That's a lot of time, and that's a lot of time, that's a lot of value that you can be used doing other things, whether it's for yourself or for your role. That makes me super excited, and I'm a little caffeinated right now, and so maybe overly enthusiastic, but really just like really excited about this chapter of generative AI, because I think to that question of trust before, like people are asking the right questions. Like that question should be asked every day. Like, how do we trust this? How do we verify this? I need to understand what this is. And that puts pressure on your leadership and mine to be able to articulate why it's trustworthy, why we can validate its ethical and principles. Then we know the stuff. Like we know the cool, and I showed you some of them, guilty of it, the cool video that's, sexy and sleek and fun, and being able to say like, wow, I just did, all my to-do list in 2 minutes. Like that's exciting and fun, but we first have to be able to understand the ethics, security, and compliance concerns so that end users can trust the tool and then they can, dive in head first and utilize the tool. So last thing, as as I try to fight off sneezing here, is I'm going to it's on this page. I'm gonna drop in a couple light listening, light reading things for the team. This is a person. It's more on the academic side of higher ed, but his just really in the weeds of Microsoft is sharing this person's blog post, quoting him. I think pretty much he's just like an informal honorary employee at Microsoft right now. He's a professor at Wharton School of Business. I don't know what he was doing before he became famous on blogs and podcasts and all that, but I think he explains it really, really great. I'll start from the beginning. There's not 1,000 of them. There's probably like 12, and just really helping demystify some of these things without product names or really tons of technical background. But there's some really awesome things like this one in particular about just the future need for knowing your prompts, because you can just say like, create 10 tweets, but you could also say create 10 tweets with a happy, joyful disposition tone and make them accessible for someone who reads on the ninth grade level. And getting your prompts really fine-tuned, I think is one for those early adopters, like people like Sherry and myself and some other folks I know at U of L, pushing that further. So recommend everything he writes down on this topic. The other one that was just announced yesterday is a familiar voice. If you've ever listened to, it's on every morning. So if you listen to NPR, you hear it every morning. But Molly Wood used to be the co-host of Planet Money, which comes on at 10 to the hour every hour in the morning for National Public Radio. And her voice was probably gone for the last month or so because she was transitioning to work at Microsoft, and she hosts a podcast and kind of creative director of a lot of her thing around this kind of future of work. And the podcast is called Work Lab, but the future of work is just really awesome, fairly short, digestible things that kind of go through some of these questions and concerns that, I guess I'm just a fan, but I think it's this really helpful stuff to, again, help us get some context to that really vertical adoption graph that we're seeing of generative AI, and make sure we're getting it into a spot that's going to create happy and productive employees who want to, produce their own empowerment and produce their organization's empowerment. So I'll drop those in the chat and I'll stop sharing my screen. So I will, so anyone else, I think I see Sherry's on, lose audio or muted herself. She might have had to go sneeze. Any questions that I'll answer these in the chat here, once my time's up, and not waste your time reading them. But
Okay.
I am open to any other questions. I think we got just a couple minutes. Probably need a quick coffee break before the next session, and I'll give everyone 5 minutes back for good behavior.
We have one question, I think, is all that's left in here to answer, and that is, once U of L decides that Bing Chat Enterprise is going to be open to us, how do we turn it on? Do we log into bing.com, or do we log in just using our U of L email?
Yeah, great question. Let me see if I can do it with any sort of. So yeah, so you can go to, what is it? I think it's, so, okay, it's even easier than this. And again, sorry for the drilling. Oh, no, I don't want to search. So if you go to Bing's homepage, it lives right here, and it's another tab. So if you're searching up, I should on women's basketball. But so this is a normal search piece to it, right? Bing.com, very common search engine stuff. And there's two ways to get there. You can actually scroll up to Bing Chat Enterprise, and it lives there, and I'll start giving you some data around that. I'm logged in as my work. This is my work alias.
Okay.
Logged in through my work, and that's key to this because it's tied to University of Louisville. So it knows, it authenticates you coming in, and then doesn't know what you do after that, but it just authenticates you coming in. So you have access to Bing Chat Enterprise because you're a member of University of Louisville. So that's the gatekeeper part of it. And then you can either, go to bing.com or what I was showing before, bing.com/chat. Yeah. And then the other piece to it that I showed before is with if you're on Microsoft Edge, which is the browser, you'll see here in the top right corner Bing Chat icon that's kind of obnoxiously large, and that is where I popped it out to see and chat with the page that I was looking at, and then you can also compose things too. But I usually just use this for, and that's where I created these things. Does that help? That's probably more information than the question warranted, but
That's good.
yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, and a lot of work that goes into this. So thanks to everyone who touched the preparation for this event to make your day awesome. I hope you're exhausted by the end of today, because these are big ideas and takes a lot of horsepower to really get your mind around them. So I admire everyone who's joining the call today, because I know it's a volunteer thing to get here, and it's an effort to make the world a better place. And I'm here for that. So appreciate your work and the work you will do, and hopefully I can help you get to that finish line a little quicker.
Lincoln, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be right back. We've got about 3 minutes before our next speaker. Hello. That was very informative, and just so much information. I think we'll all have a headache by the time we finish with the day, and copious notes. But I've put in the chat several times that this will be available on the DTC webpage for future viewing. So if you have to miss a presentation, or if you want to revisit some of this, please feel free to look at that on our webpage. And I want to make sure that our Adobe representative, Eric Rouse, is on. Hold on, I'm going through.
Sherry, I see they just jumped in, so I believe they will be ready in a minute if you want to introduce them.
That's great. Okay, everybody. So following Microsoft and Lincoln, we have Adobe representative Eric Rouse with us today, talking about the current and future offerings of AI with Adobe tools. Eric Rouse is a senior solutions consultant at Adobe, and before joining Adobe in 2012, his history included Creative Suite instructor. I'd like to spend a week just learning from you, sir. As an adjunct professor, an art director, animator, and pre-web CD-ROM era designer. He's a firm believer that passion and vision, when paired with the correct tools, can produce outstanding digital stories the world can enjoy. Eric's an avid long-distance motorcycle rider and has traveled coast to coast twice, logging 2,600-mile riding through Europe. Eric's going to introduce some new functionalities in the Adobe Creative Cloud desktop and Adobe Web Tools. Jason Zarens, I'm hoping you are here and listening and can make all of this become real for us U of L folks. Eric's going to talk about improving the workflow and simplifying complex and repetitive tasks in Photoshop. I need that one. How can you easily create a professional sounding podcast at the click of a button? And how Adobe's navigating the turbulent seas of generative AI. Wow, I love that term, turbulent seas. I agree. So, Eric, the floor is yours. Oh, I can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Wonderful. Great. The old double mute trick gets me every time. Well, good morning, all. Again, Eric Rouse. I wear an Adobe name tag, but very much before joining Adobe, I've been living and working in these tools. I've been using these tools since 1994. And I just find that way the tools have evolved. That's what I'm trying to say. We have evolved from kind of like what I have on screen right now. We really kind of came out of the old world back when I was doing CD-ROM stuff on a big old cathode ray tube monitor. Felt like, cave painting era, but look where we are today. I'm able to just pull a string, an idea out of my head and type it into something, and there's my idea. So I'm gonna kind of cover a few different things, but I really was kind of want to emphasize the graphic that's on screen right now. Cave painting is a computer screen. Where does AI fit in this journey from paint to pixels? This is actually an image from Algeria, but is it the real, honest to goodness image? What I mean is kind of referencing more of a historical context. You scroll to my next slide here. Now, new technology is always viewed through the lens of old technology. So, printing press, everybody that was kind of the wise sage on the hilltop. It's like, wait a minute, who's going to come talk to me? It's in a book. So there's some fear of the printing press. There's also fear of photography. Painters in the early 1800s are like, well, who's going to come and look at paintings or even buy my paintings because they can just take a picture? Well, naturally, people still love to see paintings and other art. The global museums are full of it. Television, of course, took over from radio. Uh, Radio, the spoken word, you were staring at a box, but the story was in your head. You saw your own take on what was being read aloud. And now, media, television, motion pictures, you're now interpreting you're viewing somebody else's interpretation. My wife's a high school librarian. We have this discussion all the time. What book adaptation was better in the movie? Or should they even not have bothered to make the movie? Harry Potter's a big table talk. Her high school kid like it. But streaming media as well, too. How do we know the streaming media thing that we picked was something that I chose to look at or was fed to me by AI? Hence social media as well too. The Netflix algorithm was a big expression maybe 10 years ago. Social media is no different. So where I'm going with all this is initially I could see the world because maybe I'd be in the world. But let's go back to this cave painting. Can anybody spot the enhancement? Because I put an enhancement on this cave painting. Kind of let you chew on that for a couple minutes. I'll leave it on screen for a little bit. But this is one of the really great things about, I find, generative AI. I can add something to an image, but not uh, pollute, I guess, would be the right way to express it. And certainly AI is very turbulent. And when I've been speaking with other faculty members, the first thing that I've advocated to faculty members is, do you know how much AI you want to have in your classroom? Whether it's GPT powered, whether it is image powered. But maybe there needs to be some kind of consensus. Even come to the consensus of, well, we know it's going to be used, so let's not make it a furtive subject. Let's at least set some ground rules. How much AI can be used in my class? Well, to kind of cut to the chase, this bull in the bottom right-hand corner, I put that in with generative AI. Now, leading to another item that I'm going to bring up, how do we know? How do we prove? And we certainly run into this a lot of times in our turbulent, stormy seas of AI. How do we know what's real? Has it been altered, edited, and changed? The visual image has been altered and edited and changed for years. There were people in the chemical wet film labs doing burning and dodging and all sorts of alterations to what that lens captured. But now we've really kind of hit this point of, how do we let people know it has changed? Well, AI has been bouncing around inside the world of Adobe for at least 10 years. And we've seen these tools in Photoshop and in Lightroom. The old auto button. It is so common in this day and age. People have their phone up, right? And they look at an image and it says uh, color or update or adjust, and there's an auto button. And we don't even think about it. We just click the button. That's AI, amongst other elements in the back end working on my behalf, like smarter selection tools. So, as I mentioned earlier about that cave painting, what allowed me to drop that bull in the bottom right-hand corner? Firefly AI. That is live right now. Y'all could go to firefly.adobe.com right here, and it is out of beta mode. It is in GA, global allowance, whatever that means, the term back at Adobe. But you can now go here and create assets and art and won't have that little freezy thing in the bottom left-hand corner that says made under Adobe AI beta purview. So now I can actually create content and throw it into my assets, my outcomes, whatever it is that I want to convey. Let me scroll back, beg your pardon. There we go. Just had to change the order. Okay. And what I like about AI is, yes, it could be perceived as, well, okay, sky's falling. Humans are now going to sit back. I call it the George Jetson effect, right? We just sit and we push a button maybe for half an hour, and that's my day because everything else is going on automated behind me in the background. As I said, former animation student, so did a lot of study at Hanna-Barbera and Warner Brothers. Wonderful art. But the tag on the screen is very personal to me because I've encountered this many times. When I hit File New, I get this great big white square, and I'm like, how? How the heck am I going to fill this great big white square? And me, as a more visually narrative focused person, I studied architecture, film, fine arts, and animation. So I've been through jury process on 4 different career paths. It's been a unique experience, but I've got my mind's eye always cranking away. But not everybody has that. Some people got their eyes closed, so to speak. But that's all right, because what this tool can do is it can allow me to give a piece of text to say, here's what I want you to make today for me. And then I don't have to worry about where I'm going to get the art. I don't understand perspective. I don't understand motion blur. How do I stack my images in the way that I want my story, my narrative to be conveyed? So AI, as good as it is and as huge as a fan of it I am, needs a framework. It needs a framework of accountability, responsibility, and transparency. Again, going back to my initial statement, how do you know that cave painting's real? Are you standing in front of it? How do you know that element you saw on social media was real? Were you there at that event or activity? The end result of this was the Content Authenticity Initiative. This was started in 2019. Adobe is one of the Plank members. I'm just going to click on this link. So content-authenticity.org. Please go there and check it out. I also have some very quick 1-minute videos I'm going to play as well, and hopefully the sound should be coming through. But the idea is this: these major producers of content, whether it's physical equipment or media apparatuses, BBC, Canon, Radio Canada, and so on, there are many, want to make sure that there's some kind of provenance. Something that says, if you did create this piece of art, please let me know how much it was you, the human, or how much of it was AI derived. And while you're at it, let me know what edits, alters, and changes you had made. So the nice thing about this is it is open source. Now, these tools have already been integrated into Adobe Photoshop right now. I'll be showing you that as well. So as you create your content, you can hit that little button that says enable content awareness. And then that data is inscribed, it's right on screen right here. That data is burnt into the metadata of that asset. So it's not like it'll be a watermark. It'll just be there in the background of the fabric of that file. So if anybody ever asks, well, when did this get made? Or what assets were used to create this content? We have a content authenticity stamp that will tell me that. In fact, let me just briefly detour into Photoshop just so you can connect this dot. Here I am in Photoshop. This is a photo I took when I was out in the Arizona desert, one of my motorcycle trips, cross-country trips, and I enabled my content credentials. I'm over here in the right-hand center side of the screen. I can turn on me as the producer. Do I want to connect any social media accounts? That's optional. And I want to record the edits and the activities so people know and understand that I have opened this file, and this file may contain other layers that are not being seen at this point in time, and was authored inside Adobe. There are other, I can show you how we can start with an image to turn it on, but I just want you to see the actual tangible of what these things look like. So the Content Awareness Initiative, I found this to be it's a solid high road approach to it's not enough to scrape the web and create cool visual images, because another aspect about Adobe Firefly, it was trained on Adobe stock, our 400 or 350 million plus collection of images and assets, and is absolute respect for copyright and trademark. So I can't come into Firefly and type out Spider-Man and get the Marvel comic red and blue Spidey. If I type out Spider-Man, I'm probably going to get some dude with like freaky legs sticking out of his back again, because Firefly respects copyright and trademark. So it's very much a use without fear, because you know you're not going to trod on anybody's toes for copyright infringement. And some of the other AI visual engines don't have that mindset. I'm very happy that Adobe does. I very much respect that, and I'm kind of proud that they've taken that particular stance. So let me get back into the presentation. Here we are. So Content Awareness Initiative. So let me play like one or two quick videos on kind of reinforcing what I just said. So let me just pop on this YouTube video. And of course, I'm very happy to copy and paste this presentation into the chat. So in case if it doesn't come across the audio, you're very welcome to read and review material that I presented today. So I'm going to roll footage here.
Eric, the sound isn't coming through in the video.
I'm sorry?
The sound isn't coming through in the video.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, it was just kind of a snappy rock beat. We didn't miss anything, but there you'll be able to get the sound on your side if you want to review this presentation. My apologies. I thought I had enabled that aspect inside Teams.
It's okay, thank you.
Sure. This other element on how to bring more transparency to AI and AI generation, you actually see this particular creative professional doing this exact same thing that the video that we had just shown. She rolls through it and talks about it in a little bit more detail. So again, give that a review after I finish my presentation. But this is only going to improve this content awareness, authenticity movement, so to speak, because uh, just going back to that cave painting, I think there's going to be more of a fervor for air quote what is real. You know, the great line by Lawrence Fishburne in The Matrix, what is reality? We haven't gotten to the goggles yet of our experience of interacting with the world, but we certainly have been immersed by artificial generated art. In fact, the image you're looking at on screen right now is artificially generated art. Again, going to what I was explaining before about fear of that empty artboard. Now, 30-second sidebar, you can look at this image and say, okay, well, somebody in the creative arts must have made that. But I'd counter that. I could probably pick 5 different majors that could have used this image in one of their presentations. Botany, hydrology, earth sciences, um, meteorology, creative writing, philosophy. Any one of those students could have gone to Firefly, our generative AI engine, and typed out a string of text that would put this image onto the screen. So, a long way of saying this new tech just isn't for the, well, I'm a fine artist. No, it is for everyone because everyone has a story. Everyone has to be able to convey their intent. Everybody has a narrative that they want to put forth to support their conclusions that support their class or their degree program or what have you. This is very much an enhancement to the narrative you're trying to tell, but it's just not stovepiped in a very narrow world of what would be considered air quote fine arts or graphic design. So, a lot of preamble.
Eric,
Yes, please.
we do have a question in the chat pad around content authenticity. And what if you download an already edited photo from the internet and then put that content authenticity stamp on it from just the edits that you yourself had done? Um,
Right.
that is the
What
question.
would
Yeah.
uh, Thank you, Aubrey. What would need to have been present if the source art has no stamp? Then the stamp that you put on it after download would not know about the other steps that were taken to create that particular piece of art that resided on the web. But hopefully, if you're downloading an image from the web, it's a royalty free. So we certainly don't want to have anybody sued in the next 5 generations for pulling a piece of art from some place that they didn't quite have permission. I understand where you're going with that question, though. So if the stamp isn't present, adding it after the fact will not allow the stamp to understand the steps taken to compose that image. But kind of in that line of thought, let's talk about Firefly. This is another generated piece of art that I put in a string of text into Firefly to say, please create a mountain meadow at dusk full of wildflowers and fireflies. So I didn't have to go stomping out into some kind of meadow, maybe near my home, maybe near the time of the year. I just told Firefly, please create this content. So we've spoken a little bit about some of this text that's on screen right now not being trained, but here's some good bullet points on what makes a good prompt. Because if you can't talk to the AI, you're going to be banging your head against the wall saying, well, why can't I get the image I want to have that I see in my head? And I actually have a PDF file that I will send afterwards. It goes in a little bit more detail, about 4 pages of the the art and the science of a good prompt. But some of these bullets, good prompts are the backbones of good outputs, as I said, and it's more art than science, naturally. Visualize it. I know it sounds old school, but you have to be able to see what you want. And once you see it in your head, you're able to type it out on screen. So yes, I can design a prompt, but remember, I'm asking Firefly to create this particular art. So this particular prompt on screen was a beautiful log cap mountain in a snowtop mountain environment, or snow-capped peaks. This one, ultra-realistic image of an otter running at high speed with city buildings in the background and a sunny sky creating shallow depth of field and motion blur. Wow, that's a mouthful, but boy, didn't it nail what I saw in my head? That freeze frame of what I was trying to convey in my narrative. Okay, so let's try it. Let's actually fire up Firefly and start making some prompts. I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to go into Firefly. And Firefly does have a list of as yet to be developed materials. We have text to image, generative fill, text effects, and recolor, but still an exploration, sketching, 3D imagery, even going as far as creating storyboards based off a string of text that you could provide, and it'll kind of do the cutscenes. But we're going to do text to image. I'm going to sign in. Oh, naturally, this only happens when people watch. Hey, look at that. It remembered my credentials. A good thing about prompts is just hover over a picture, and you can see the text that somebody had put in order to get Firefly to create the image that you're seeing on screen. So this is a great way to kind of get familiar with, well, what's available for me. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste that otter scene that I was just showing you and hit generate. I can choose how big the art's going to be: landscape, portrait, square, or widescreen. Go widescreen. And I'm going to have it generated again because it's actually fast today. Right on. Good bandwidth. But I can do other things to my image, like, do I want to give it more parameters? Do I want it to be black and white? Do I want it to be a cool tone, vibrant color? Do I want it to be some kind of different lighting, composition? All of that I can put in as parameters that will help frame my image. Now, if I didn't want an otter, maybe it's a bobcat. Let it do its thing. And then I can start to eliminate or add other bits of this text to change the image to what I want it to be. I put in a cardinal, but cardinals don't run. So I could say cardinal flying at high speed. Same thing would occur. But let's make it even more simple than that. Let's say a robot cow riding dusty plains. So a prompt like that might be great for creative writing, but maybe I could use it as a theme for some other type of narrative or story that I'm trying to convey, like weather change or veterinary sciences or soil hydrology or on and on and on and on. So it's a lot of fun to play around with. Firefly.adobe.com. If you haven't jumped in there already, fire away. Y'all have access to it. Just put in your Louisville credential, and you can start using where I am right now, firefly.adobe.com. It's a great little rabbit hole you can kind of duck down every now and then if you want to have a little visual mental break to say, oh, I want to create something today. Now, I could also tell it, oh, I like what you did here. Edit, give me similar. Because a challenge can be, well, how can I get variations of what I told it to do? Well, you go to the edit icon and you click that pull down, you say, give me similar. So now you can have different mechanisms for telling the story, and you can kind of keep deriving different images. Yes, good. I love. Keep playing. Thank you, guys, if I pronounced that correctly. But it's such a fun tool. But these fun tools have also made their way into other tools. So let me jump into my presentation again. You scroll to the top here. Well, we're going to get to AI in a little bit, podcast in a little bit, but I just want to say as well, I can use this technology inside Firefly itself. Beg your pardon, Express itself. So Adobe Express is another mechanism of being able to come to one place, a digital makerspace, and say, I want to create X. Well, create something for social media, for video, for photo, for documentations, and for marketing. But notice this little icon right here, generative AI. So what I just did, robot cowboy riding the plains, I could do right here, right inside Adobe Express as well too. So I don't want you to feel like, oh, I got to pop out to some other place, download the art, drop it into a new application. As Firefly just hit global release yesterday, we're starting to see its integration to multiple applications. We're going to be seeing it in Photoshop and Illustrator, oh, maybe by another 4 weeks. It's currently inside Express, and quite possibly we could see some AI technology land in Acrobat of all places. You're like, well, what does AI got to do with Acrobat? Well, why don't you type a question inside a PDF file and get the AI to scrub that PDF and provide you a synopsis of what you wanted to read? Could be a 200-page document. So again, all of this is pending. The bit about the Acrobat stuff at least, but Photoshop, Illustrator, and Express all have generative AI, if not immediately baked, next 2 to 3, maybe 4 weeks coming up as well too. Okay. So we're talking about how can AI help me as a visual person? Okay, well, how can AI help me if I'm doing more audio type stuff? That's Adobe Podcast. That's a fantastic utility. Now, because it's browser based, podcast.adobe.com, eventually that feature is going to land in Express. Because again, we're using Express as that one-stop shop. I go to here instead of needing to crack open an audio application, cut my audio, and then maybe process it in other places. I just come to Express and say, what do you want to make today? I'm expecting a new category next to marketing that's called podcast. It's not there yet. That's my gut reaction. But if this is on a browser and this is on a browser, I think they're going to get merged together. Okay, so what can podcast do for me? The very short version is I can speak into the mic. My audio is listened to by AI. My audio is turned into viable, selectable text, just like you read on an email. And then I can edit my audio, but not by looking at waveforms. I can edit my audio by highlighting the text of that transcription. And on the back end, the audio now has changed. So go to Studio. Now, unfortunately, I just don't know why audio is not coming through on my Microsoft Teams share. So this might be a little more of a trust me, please play with it. It is awesome. But I just want to at least show you an example of what it'll do. This is a pre-built, pre-baked element. The audio recording that was uploaded, so I don't want you to feel like you must live record with a microphone that I'm moving around in front of my camera. I can upload any audio file. So I could be recording audio on my phone. In fact, I recorded an AI discussion by Sid Dorvan of the University of Florida. It was a 40-minute lecture he gave on use of AI from a creative writing standpoint. I just took that WAV file, pitched it into podcast, and I got a viable transcript, a transcript that I could then edit and then edit the audio content on the back end. Why? Great way of getting snippets for news bites or quick hits if I want to throw that on social media or something that'll help reinforce my course outcome. I could say, oh yeah, here's a lecture from so-and-so from 2018. Why did I say 2018? If I downloaded that lecture as an audio file, I can upload that lecture to podcast, look at it, edit it, and then download it with my alterations, edits, and changes that suit my needs. And of course, properly cited and sourced. So I'm able to, beg your pardon, podcast is able to understand different voices. So this particular audio file, there were 2 distinct humans speaking, and that's why each human got its own string of text that I could highlight, alter and edit and change. Now, I cannot change the word this into thesaurus. Because remember, this is just a transcript. It is not allowing me to get in and change the audio file from the standpoint of a new recording, all I can do is edit the text, because at times when the content is brought in, it might mistake some words. So all I have to do is say, well, audio professional. In the audio file, it says audio professional expert. I can hit the edit and just say professional expert. So now I've altered the transcript, but if I want to delete content, all I do is I highlight this and I delete. By hitting delete, I've legitimately cut a hunk of that audio out of the waveform. And what did I not do? I didn't have to open up an audio engineering application, find that waveform, which can be real pesky, and then make a selection and then hit delete. And then hopefully those two clips snap together. I don't need to do some kind of transition. This shape right here is representative of a color, and then a big representative of color of a piece of audio that I could bring in, because I have public domain music. So if I wanted to use free, nobody's going to sue you audio for intros or exits or bumpers, I can do that. I can add fade in and fade out to those audio bumpers inside this application. Again, not going to an audio engineering application. Or if I've got my permission, I can upload audio, and hopefully it would not be professional artists. And that could be the real temptation. Oh, I love this song. It's on my phone or it's on my hard drive. Let me use it in this project. Okay, yeah. Danger, Will Robinson. Beware. Because if it stays on campus, the flesh-eating lawyers might not come after you, but who knows how it's going to leave the campus. So play it safe, go for royalty-free if you want to use audio that you did not record and edit into your presentations. I'm going to go back to one other thing in this application podcast. It also allows me to enhance speech, because very frequently when I'm doing a podcast, maybe I'm not in the sound canceling room with that funny looking trapezoidal pointy foam blocks with a pro level microphone and the big can headsets. Maybe I'm on the street and I'm talking into my phone through an open air earbud, or maybe one with the wired microphone. I can come into an enhanced speech and allow, by giving a choice of strength. That's what we're really getting at. Let me get to this right particular file. Audio, there it is. So I can upload that audio, and then once it lands inside the application, I can move a slider back and forth to say, well, I want to cut out the ambient noise of speaking in a large, tall ceilinged, glass-filled room. A lot of reflection, a lot of echo. Now, as you can see here, it's taken a bit of time to process. And again, unfortunately, for whatever reason, my audio isn't coming through today. I do apologize for that. This is something, again, you have access to right now. Put in your Louisville credentials, go to podcast.adobe.com, and try speaking into the mic and recording content. So while that's doing its thing, naturally it only takes a long time when you're watching it. Just so you understand, well, what does a file new environment look like? Because like I said, Eric, you're making a big point. File new is intimidating. Well, I'm just going to go back. I'm going to go into the studio. I'm going to say new project. If you have a brandy new project you want to do, you're in the studio, you click project. Okay, here's my blank canvas, right? Well, whatever microphone I happen to have, I just make sure that's in front of me. And look at this icon right here. I'm able to mute it or not mute it, or I can come in and I can define which particular microphone I have access to, as well as some filters. I can turn on enhanced speech if I know the room I'm sitting in is highly reactive. Like I know some musicians like to record in old houses, in old bathrooms. Well, tile, they love the sound of tile, how it makes the music sound. So if I know my office is noisy or creaky or tall ceilings, I can click on enhanced speech and still record my footage. I know you won't be able to hear it, but it's just as simple as clicking the red button. Good morning. I'm here at Taste of Technology, speaking to a large crowd of Louisville professors and interested folks in learning how Adobe AI tools can help shorten daily tasks. Stop recording. So step 2 is my audio gets kicked up to the cloud. It's going to try to and will transcribe my audio into text dialogue like we just saw. And then when it finishes, kind of heavy-handed silence here. Come on, cloud. When it finishes, I'll get a string of text. So now I can correct this. Why am I correcting it? Because I want to see the text on screen as if it's going to end up being a transcribed piece of audio when I hit download. Because look what it says here. Download audio plus transcript. So I want this to look right. Otherwise, this piece of text isn't going to help anybody. So Taste of Technology, speaking of large Hollywood professor interested folk in learning how Adobe, not Air, but Edit AI tools can help shorten daily tasks. Well, Shazam, it's done. I would then hit download and generate an audio file, and I can move on with my day. Hopefully this application, just by we scratched at it a little bit, but just as much of a quick look should be able to allow you to create some very easy and manageable audio experiences without having to go into an application like Adobe Audition. It's great, Adobe Audition, but it's a little overpowered for just spoken word, uh, edit text, and generate content. But podcastadobe.com, quite possibly, it's going to land in Express with the new category, my gut feeling, but have fun. You have access to it right now. Create some audio, play around with it. Okay, that was podcast. Moving forward, building on spoken word. Another aspect is character animator. So what I can do is I can speak into the mic and animate an actual character in Express to emulate as if I was a cartoonist and I did the audio recording and the mouth match. So I come in the video. And there it is, animate from audio. I get a whole string of characters, pre-built, pre-made. You don't have to make them. You don't have to do the IK, inverse kinematics, and the skeletal structure. The lip will move consonant and vowel shapes according to what you've said. So again, another quick demo. Here I am standing in front of a very colorful stream in background, just speaking into the microphone. This audio is getting kicked up to the cloud. Very similar to what the engine of podcast did. It's not going to give me text. It's going to take the next step. It's going to know what the TH sound makes the lips look like, or or the sh, or the ah, or the oo, and you're going to see the mouth match occur on the character. Now, unfortunately, again, the audio is not working, but I'm just going to roll it without the footage. You'll be able to at least see, what did I not have to do? I didn't have to try to farm this particular element out. I didn't have to try to find an animator or a graphic designer that has experience in mouth matching. It's very complex. Edit it and then just hit play. Yes, my apologies. It loses the impact, but something you can play with and express yourself right now. You all have access to it, express.adobe.com. This can be downloaded, and now you have a animated master of ceremonies that you can put in your learning management system. Or if you want to kind of have this be your spokesperson for the semester or what have you. Students love this, being able to throw this kind of stuff. Something like this might stick other than PowerPoint bullets. Yeah, we all react to motion, and certainly audio and video now combined beats reading it. There's a lot of fun that you can have with very simple animate from audio in Express. It's under the video category. It's a great question, Frederick. Changing the dialect. Uh, Podcast does not know how to do that kind of thing. That would be Adobe Audition, where I could change octaves, make it go higher, make it go lower. But the artificial accents where different uh, Spanish, German, Italian, French, Brazilian, it won't know how to do that. So this is more because remember what Express is. It's a creativity engine that covers the widest span of an audience. So it doesn't really get under the hood, but certainly Audition doesn't make that kind of artificial accent. Yes, I have an American accent, but I could try to switch on another country's accent. Audition doesn't do that either. So, but it's a great question. We're in the early stages of this. So it could very well be we will see more clever things added to this particular element. And another question that I've been asked by another school, can I upload my own character to this stack? Unfortunately, not at this time. I'm hoping that I'll be able to see upload as part of this triple bullet. I'd actually have to go into the full-blown application character animator to the bottom of my screen. Character animator was built to do what the light version of what we've just seen on screen. In fact, this light version, what we just seen on screen, was lifted from Character Animator and turned into a browser-based application. So Character Animator are a lot of fun, a lot of AI cranking away in the background, allowing me to do this. But you know what? Let's get into the Photoshop. I know we're kind of running short on time, and hopefully I've been answering the questions as they've been coming up. But let me see how far I can take this. There we go. Wow, it's just that kind of day. My background dropped out. Well, you know what? We're not looking at the background. We're looking at neural filters. Well, what the heck is a neural filter? AI-powered capability in Photoshop that will allow me to take this mountain picture and say, well, no, I wanted mountain in winter. I did not go to the mountains in winter 7 months after taking that one picture. I just told Photoshop, make this be winter. Same with this image. I have a character who's taking a selfie. You know what the number one selfie bug is? Nobody's looking at the pinhole camera. They're looking at the massive screen to see if there's background is good. So I can correct this typical human reaction. We do it all the time and recenter the eyes. Just imagine trying to get a group of people together to correct that one perfect image. And you can't do that, can't go back in time, can't be at that place, but at least I could try to alter, edit, change with some AI, make it so much easier to say, well, now this gentleman is looking at the camera. So let's jump into Photoshop. Let's check that out. Here I am in Photoshop. Mountains. I had just shown you this example. There is that particular picture of the mountains. How did I turn on neural filters? I went to filter, neural filter. Okay, that's easy. I get a list of them. Landscape mixer. I'm going to turn that on. And now you can see the presets over on the right-hand side. Well, you know what? I'm looking for winter, and I can turn on how much winter is going to be provided to me after I hit OK. So let me hit OK on 100% winter. Oh, yes. One more time. Filter, neural, landscape mixer. I turn you on. I turn you on to winter, and I hit. I'm going to say output will be new layer. And that should be. Oh, all right. Here's a kick me moment. Strength, fantastic. You turned it on. But there we go. Use the winter slider. Apologies. So maybe it didn't snow that much that day. Or maybe we're in transition. Or maybe we're in full blown, it's winter, it's darn cold here. But okay. I now have two images. Let's take a look at the gentleman looking at the camera. Well, the original was he was looking at the camera, but I was giving a presentation on taking the perfect headshot. And I needed an example of don't be the knucklehead that looks off center. Please look at the camera. So I had to take something You can't find a picture in Adobe Stock that says person taking a selfie with eyes off center. That doesn't exist because who's going to find that? They want people taking a selfie. They're looking right at the camera. So I had to use a neural filter to say, okay, this is the fella, but I want to shift their eyes. Went into filters, went into neural. I'm going to turn on smart portrait. Now you notice what it did right away? It drew a big blue box around. It's like, is this the head? Why, yes, it is. I can now come in and change eye direction. If I go negative, I go to the left. If I go positive, I go to the right. So let me kick this over to the left. Processing in the cloud. So it kicks it up to the cloud. And it also depends on how intense this particular image is for duration of how long this will take. But you've already seen the before and after. So really what I'm just showing you is how can you do this? And look at that. His eyes are now off center. Do you have any idea how challenging this was to do? My apologies. I'm going to say walking uphill in the winter, both uh, to and from school. As I said, I've been in these tools for a while. This just blows me away with the ease of which I'm able to make change. Change without making me bang my head against the wall, saying I have to kind of make a selection around the eye and then move the eyeballs over. And now I just take a neural filter and say, please do this for me. And there it is. So a question from Frederick. Advisor tools to recommend to somebody creating an automated YouTube. Top 10 expensive places to travel and upload a transcript, but have it read in a different voice. Well, different voice, again, might need to be more heavy-duty audio engineering as opposed to something like podcast that might involve more audition work if you wanted to have that particular transcript. But what I was showing you on podcast before, I am not typing text and telling podcast, please generate an AI artificial voice. And we have these on our mobile devices, don't we? Siri, right? We can tell Siri to be male or female. We can tell Siri to be English or Irish or American. That is not present inside podcast. I think it'd be a really clever idea to be able to change that on the fly. You raise a good point, Frederick, but at this point in time, that's not present in podcast. That might end up needing to be some very clever head audio engineering inside Audition. Opening eyes. Well, that might need to be. The question was, I know on the mobile app there's a way to open the eyes. This is open available. Well, mobile app, are you talking about Lightroom, Matt? Because I'm personally I'm just not familiar with that particular one. But if I come back into my neural filters, I don't know if there is a eyes shut or eyes closed. It's a great takeaway. Let me check on that for you, and try to send that back out with that AI prompts document as follow up. But when I go into Smart Portrait, I'm not necessarily seeing open eye, open close. It'll do expression, like a smile, frown and smile. But so some really neat stuff there. Getting back into the presentation, new and exciting. You know what? Let's get to the new exciting inside Photoshop. Now, we did text to image, but let me show you some of the aspects of, remember what I was telling you before about opening this conversation? Was I in front of that cave painting and was that bull there? How do we know? Here's an image right now. This is Nubble Lighthouse in York, Maine. That's southern coastal Maine. Love this lighthouse. It's the town my folks lived in for a while. Took this particular picture. But you know what? That's not the lighthouse. That is the lighthouse. Kind of that faded with the black turret top. That's the original. What I've now clicked on screen, that was generative AI. How did I do that? How did I make that happen? Here's another one. I was just on vacation with my wife in Norway about a month ago. Norway's got lots of fjords, and fjords got lots of waterfalls. We were on a boat tour, and it's like, oh, great picture of the waterfall, but that's not reality. This was my reality everybody getting getting in my way. Like, of course, everybody thinks that their picture should be the primary focus of a boat out of 100 people. No, that's not going to happen. Everybody's going to kind of get in your lens. And I knew as I was taking this picture, I'm like, just frame it. All I have to do is get it back home and let AI have a look at it, Firefly have a look at it and say, yeah, I bet I could fix that. How do we make these things? Well, let's start with the lighthouse. Just going to zoom in. The first step in saying, I have something that I want to adapt and change. We got two rules. The first rule is make a good selection around the thing that you want to replace. How do I do that? Well, I got all sorts of selection tools. I got rectangular, elliptical, the lasso, plenty of ways of making a selection. I just kind of kept it old school. I made a box. The second step is this is a persistent tab that's going to pop up in Photoshop. When I click on Generative Fill, make sure I have the right layer selected. I have two choices. Either I can tell it I want to provide no text instruction. When you provide no text instruction, that tells generative AI to paint the thing out of the picture, like irrevocably out. Part two of that is give it some instruction by Lighthouse. So now AI knows I'm going to do something technically it's called in painting. I'm going to paint in this picture. By making a marquee selection around this thing, it's also going to use the colors present in the file. So I'm not going to get some weird tangerine stripe lighthouse. There's no tangerine stripe present in this image. When I tell it, make a marquee selection, white lighthouse, it will now generate an image that pulls and honestly is harmonious with what is already in this image. Takes a little bit to do it, but it is almost done. And then I get three variations I can pick and choose. So variation number 1, variation number 2, variation number 3. Honestly, I think 1's the best. But I can further define. So remember how we were messing around inside Firefly? We're doing the running otter at light speed, or we did the cowboy. I can always keep adapting the text because what are we seeing here? This is no different from Firefly text to image. It's native inside Photoshop. So maybe I could say white and green lighthouse. Well, it might have give me this color green because that's the only green on this particular image. But my point is this. I have now changed reality. And if you didn't know this particular physical space, you're like, wow, cool. Okay, lighthouse. Got it. Nice pick. Very New England. So, how do we get what I was talking about in the cave painting, that authenticity? We looked a little bit at it earlier. How do I get some kind of stamp on this particular file that says Eric took the picture but augmented it with artificial intelligence? I go into Window. I choose Content Credentials. Now, yes, it says beta because it's still being baked. Adobe Creative Conference, which is called MAX, M-A-X, is at the end of October. Actually, middle of October, beg your pardon. That's probably when it's going to shift out of beta. That's when we have our release to the world of cool and new tech for the public to see. I've already got this panel open, but that's what I would click. I come over here to Content Credentials. And it's saying, do you wish to enable content credentials on this picture? Sure. Now it's going to include edits and activities, as well as different elements. So when I hit preview, there we go. It's now telling me I use some Firefly, I use some Adobe, I took the picture, and it may contain other layers. So when I save this file, if you look close right where my mouse is moving, see that little bug icon with the eye? That's how I know that file's been altered. So I know we're at time. Thank you very much for listening to me talk about power of AI, authenticity, and quite possibly reaching back into some of those other elements It's not about the cool tech that you can make. It's about being responsible, accountable, and transparent with the cool tech that you used to create your content. But you have this presentation in the chat, and thank you very much for your time today.
Eric, gosh, that's so much information. Thank you so much. I learned quite a bit just to help me with my personal photos, much less inside my work life. So we appreciate you being here. If anybody has any last minute questions, I'll make sure that we get those to Eric and try to get them back to you. And we'll have about 2 minutes before our next presentation. So again, Adobe, Eric, thank you so much.
Happy to help. And if anybody's hanging around in the chat, quick story. I got 2 minutes. My next door neighbor gave me this picture. It was a part of a remembrance book for her brother who had passed, and she'd said, "Can you get the blue guy in the shirt out of the way? Because I want to have my brother and his best friend together in a picture. They've never been together in a picture." So I made a selection, and I moved the two figures together. That took 15 minutes. And if you look close, generative AI filled in all that grass and all that detail just by looking at the original picture. So power for good. This is a wonderful personal use of this particular technology, but there's quite a bit you can do with generative AI inside Photoshop.
Welcome back. I hope everybody had a moment to stand up and stretch. We're having amazing presentations, Jan, and we cannot wait to see what IBM has to bring for us. So our speaker today is Jan. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, it's Jan, exactly.
Jan, I'm so sorry. Jan Laudo. He's a learning enthusiast. He's a design nerd and a technology tourist. Jan's a maker and Jan is a maker and a non-technical enthusiast in technology that works. He's building upon his design practice and has created different educational programs and prepared many workshops and study materials. In IBM, he's responsible for cooperation with universities and high schools in Central and Eastern Europe region. I'm glad you decided to come to the USA for a bit. Apart from the university programs, Jan also acts as a design coach and service designer in different internal and external projects. So Jan, thank you. It's very difficult for me to get out of my Kentucky country accent and say your name and properly, so pardon me for that faux pas several times. Thank you for joining us and bringing IBM to us.
Yeah, definitely no need to apologize. You will have to pardon my English because I'm not native speaker, so hopefully you will understand. If there would be any questions, feel free anytime to stop me and ask if something is not quite understandable. So let me try to share the screen. And the presentation as well. So hopefully you see the presentation right now.
We do. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you for having me. My name is Jan Lauda, as was already said, and I would like to spend some time with you on maybe giving you a little bit under the hood view of what AI actually is and what AI actually isn't, and to uncover some of the AI fundamentals that I think everybody should know to understand how it works. Because there was a lot of things said on the previous sessions, and I especially liked that Lincoln mentioned ethics many times during the presentation, and we'll touch upon this as well. But let me start with a little warm up. So I will ask you if you can spend just 1 or 2 minutes just to go to the site, you can either scan the QR code or type the URL, and just intuitively answer the question: how much AI do you think there is in the different stuff that is mentioned there, like the Tesla car Terminator? It will open up on your phone or on the desktop, whichever you prefer. And I can maybe also paste it in the chat, the link. So let's give it 1 minute to get a few answers, and I see the answers are coming in. So great, thanks for engagement. Yes, and the pattern is similar. So let's actually have a look and see what the answer is. Or how your answer were actually. And it is a similar pattern when I do it with the people on the different presentations. It always gets this similar pattern actually. When talking about advanced AI, usually, you know, the thing like Tesla car, which is perceived as a sort of high-tech car, which has a lot of advanced AI. Definitely, I know I read an article where actually in a Tesla, basically, if you leave the Tesla on a car park in a sunny day and you forgot your pet inside, your dog, the Tesla will, when it gets too hot, automatically pull down the windows a little bit so that the dog sort of doesn't die of the heat. This is something I perceive very cool, very sort of intelligent automation, basically, that there is. So definitely Tesla scores very high. The Terminator movie, from the movie, maybe I am the old guy here, so I know the Terminator movie that was filmed in the 80s. And actually, that's maybe a little bit more surprising. Usually, this comes up as a more to the right as advanced AI, with really something that can perceive, that can think intuitively, that can sort of change voices, it can repair itself, it has emotions and so on. So this would be, for me, maybe a little bit even more in an advanced AI. The Microsoft Excel, even though it scores always on the right side, there is actually quite many AI tools that are already in there. So, for example, if you have this spreadsheet, and on the right side you'll have this analyze data, and if you hit this, it actually goes to the AI engine and it tries to find the patterns in your data. There is another tool that I discovered recently that if you have for example, scan an image of an invoice, you can actually use data from the picture to be filled into the Excel and feed it into the different cells, which is again something that is totally AI. As we know it today, it's basically a recognition of the picture, trying to get the information inside. Another one is a flash fill, for example. So if you have anything that you want to fill, any free fields, so for example, you have on one column you have name, on the other you have surname, and then you have a full name. And if you have just want to fill in the full name, you can just hit the flash fill button, and it will recognize what is the pattern of filling the third field, and it will automatically fill in the data. So even Microsoft Excel is basically full of AI nowadays. The computer chess, it's basically one of the milestones that we will see where we sort of celebrated in the 90s. Hey, we are so good at AI that we can beat a human in the chess. Today, I think every lousy phone can beat you in a chess. as the software and hardware sort of are much more powerful today. And of course, Face ID on phones, again, another example of the AI where you are trying, or the system is trying to recognize yourself in order to unlock the phone, very used on many phones today. So basically, you see that AI, and that's the point why I'm sort of was asking if you perceive that the AI is basically in our daily lives, and the answer is that it actually is. The thing where we get a little bit in trouble is when we try to ask, what exactly is the AI, and what we find out that there is quite a big distortion from the Hollywood side, from the Hollywood movies, because we have if you just Google the AI, you will get this humanoid with your head full of chips and so on, and but we will probably not see any Terminator coming anytime soon, of course, unless he returns from a far future, of course. But really, it is something that maybe scares a little bit too much the people about the AI and about what would machines be able to do. You have those movies where machines are enslaving people or even outsmarting people in emotions, like in the Ex Machina movie. But would machines become aware of its existence really, if many times they are today, the computers are not even aware that they are connected to the printer at the end of the day? So from my point of view, I wouldn't be too afraid of the AI as such, as threatening the humanity from this point of view. On the other hand, we will come in with the sort of deception and ethics part, where we see that this actually can be an issue. So what is AI today? Where can we find it? There are four major fields where you can sort of get across AI. One is called computer vision, which is basically trying computer to learn what is on the picture, try to spot something on the picture, try to annotate the images and so on. This is one part. The second part is natural language processing, which is mostly about chatbots and virtual assistants, basically talking to the computer as if it would be a human and get an answer in a human fashion. Then there is the robotics, which is basically a lot about automation in manufacturing, in the different manufacturing plants and so on. And then there is the maybe data science, which is more a statistical and mathematical approach of the AI. But this again is something that is very common today. If you look at common examples for example, computer vision, we have this radiologist in hospitals. This is a great example where AI helps a lot, because it used to be more that you had a radiologist that looked at the pictures. He studied it. He went from school and started to look at the pictures, trying to spot some diseases, and he got better and better. And then he sort of was the senior one. Everyone was coming for him to help. And then he retired and died. A new one came, and the wheel started all over again. He was a new one. He made a few mistakes, but he got better and better until he was senior. And then basically he was retired, and then he died. A new one came. With the AI tools, what we have today is that we do not lose this information that we had or gathered in the past. So basically, the newcomers have a great tool that helps them to be a better radiologist in a much faster time. And actually, it also helps the senior ones to spot for example, new diseases as well. So this is from the computer vision. If you look at natural language processing, it's usually the chatbots. Locally, we had a very popular chatbot, Aneshka, which was during the COVID times, where you could chat with him asking about what is the current regulation, what can we do we have to wear mask, where we have to wear mask, and what is where we can get the shots, and so on and so on. So this was again one of the things which helped a lot during some special cases or special events. Similar is if you are flying, I don't know, to Europe, and suddenly there is a I don't know, there is an volcano eruption in Iceland, and the airplane sort of stops. There is a huge amount of people going to the call centers, and they have all the same questions. What will be my next flight? Will I get some refund? Will I get somewhere some new lodging, some accommodation? And basically, the call centers do not have like another 100 people at hand that they can sort of immediately put online. So this is again a way where you can use technology and automation that can help a lot, and you can switch it on immediately, and it sort of works. Then you have the robotics, especially in the large logistic warehouses, where there are a lot of automation. Not only it is sort of faster a lot of times, but also it is much more safe, because you don't have any in the warehouses. There is a lot of cases where you have injuries of the humans that are or the workers that are there. With this, it's not an issue. And last but not least, from the data science point of view, if you look at it, for example, on a Wall Street, it's like 90% of the transactions are done like automated. Only 10% are done by the brokers actually. So, and I think it was a few years back that you could already invest to a fund that was 100% ruled by artificial intelligence. Not sure how was their sort of profitability, but definitely it was something, and that is something that is sort of evolving. And if you move forward, there are much more many cases. Either you go navigation or the spam filters that you have on your email. Where actually some algorithms, which are basically artificial intelligence, when they see that some Algerian prince is asking for your account because he suddenly wants to deposit $1 million, immediately it is recognized as a spam. Similar is with the Uber pricing model. There is an sort of intelligent algorithm behind. There is a recommendation engines if you are doing shopping. There is also some credit checks if you are sort of asking for a loan. And it's not only in your daily life, it's basically also in a work, where it comes from marketing, where you are doing the clustering of the different segments of the customers, to the radiologists that we were talking about, to the manufacturing, where AI is trying to spot if there is something wrong with the product on the line, so that it can phase it off, so it doesn't go into the end customers, and so on and so on. Where we sort of get a little bit stuck is when we try to define AI, because there is no one definition that there will be consensus on. This is mainly due to the fact that it is very broad area and quite relatively vague. So you can Google different definitions. IBM is saying that artificial intelligence basically uses the computers and machines to mimic the human mind's ability in trying to solving the problems and making decisions. And you can find different ones on Technopedia or Cambridge Dictionary. From the mathematic and statistic point of view, it is basically about solving complex problems with a big data or large amounts of data. And it has usually two elements. One is autonomy, which means that the user doesn't have to lead the system by hand. It is autonomous. It works by itself. And the second one is adaptability, which is that the artificial intelligence systems should learn and improve as they are sort of performing throughout the time. So this is just in a nutshell where the artificial intelligence is today, and it is basically everywhere. So the question is, why should you probably care? Okay, it is there, it works, so why should I care? There are actually two flavors to this. The first one is, of course, the jobs. I actually like the I actually like the one of the sites that you can try to visit yourself. It's called Will Robots Take My Job? And I think it started as a sort of maybe more of a fun page, but now it's evolved into quite a robust page with a lot of data, where you can actually search what would be the job that you would like, for example, to take, or that you are interested in, and you can get some information about how much automation risk there is to this job. But automation risk doesn't actually mean that that it will be totally done by the machines. Automation risk basically is calculated of different attributes of each job, like the originality, thinking creativity, social perceptiveness, the coordination, uh, the persuasion that you need, and so on in this job. And based on these different attributes, they are taking the data from the US labor. So it's very good for the US markets. It can be a little bit different view for the Asian and the European market, but it should be very good for the US market. And you get a calculated risk level of automation. And on top of that, there is also a polling, which is basically what the people are voting and thinking about the how much automation there is, sort of risk of automation there is. And you see that there is quite a large difference between what is calculated and what do people think about, in this case, web developers. They are much more higher of thinking that it will be automated. And I'm not surprised by that, because if you look today, you have this Wix site and the similar sites where you can actually build a web page very easily by just dragging the blocks like a blocks of Lego and building your site. And if you are doing just the simple dragging over, well, why shouldn't some automation do this as well? So basically, this is, I think, behind, especially as we are sort of much more exposed to the generative AI today, and we see what it can do. So this is probably why it scores much higher among the people than what is actually calculated. The question would be, is there any job that sort of I would be safe with? Well, I found, for example, clergy, that is calculated just 0.1%. Does it mean that we should all study theology now and going to be employed in a clergy? Would it be something that sort of we would be safe with? Well, as I said, don't take it as granted what is on this side, because each job is a different. And as you see, even in the church, there is some automation attempts are coming in. Maybe the first one is a little bit funny. I think it's from Germany, where actually they put this sort of blessing robot, more of a marketing, I think, than rather than employing the technology in one of the churches. But for example, there is some in Japan, there are some pepper robots that you can sort of order to lead a funeral ceremony already. So you see that it really depends from the culture. It really depends from the different jobs that you are sort of talking about, how much automation there would be. And meaning that it is automation there, it doesn't mean that there won't be any space for the human tasks. There is this, I think it's like a few weeks old study or survey that IBM has done among the clients. I will share the presentation, and there is a link to this study there as well. And one of the points in the study is that basically 87% of the executives expect that the roles will be augmented by the AI rather than replaced by the generative AI. On the other hand, they say that 40% of their workforce needs to reskill. So basically, impact on the jobs there definitely will be, but it doesn't mean that we all be replaced by the AI and we will have nothing to do but sit on the couch watching Netflix for the rest of our days. So this is one of the flavors why probably one should take care about AI and trying to understand how it actually works. The second one is a resilience against deception. And this is getting more and more sort of visible these days. So let me share with you, I hope you will hear the sound of one of the videos that we have here.
I'm going to show you some magic. It's the real thing. I mean, it's all the real thing.
And you probably recognized Tom Cruise on this video. This was something that gone viral on some TikTok and social media in 2021 as a sort of deep fake Tom Cruise video. Actually, it is this guy on the right side that you see that has leveraged the AI to put, and it's like 2 years ago, put the face of Tom Cruise on his face. And even if you listen to the voice, if you were able or to hear it, you could see that it really sound like Tom Cruise. So basically, this means this was just for fun, but it showed how much sort of powerful this tool can be. And we are not talking nowadays only about having fun on the social media. Not I think it was like a few weeks ago, 25th of August this year, there was this fake deep fake voice of Polish Polish Prime Minister Morawiecki that was used in a campaign of the opposition. There was a deep fake video where actually in his voice he was saying something that he sort of didn't say, even though it was still a little bit robotic, and it was sort of it was spotted. It is something that we see that is nowadays a common threat. So the question is how not to be sort of deceived, and how to tackle all these job changes and so on. There is probably not one good answer that would sort of satisfy everything or everyone. But what I like is the approach of John Cohn, which is one of the scientists that we have, like the crazy scientists, as I say, in IBM. And he says that the important thing is that will sort of drive you through the future, and the future of technology is the curiosity, critical thinking, responsibility, and play. The curiosity is about finding how the things work, to help you understand what you can expect. The critical thinking is about questioning the argument, finding the other points of view, and making the judgment. And the responsibility is very important, especially with the new AI technologies, is in creating, it is something that is important to the creating part as well as to using the technology. And it has a lot to do with the ethics that we will touch as well. And the last but not least is the play. Is like embrace the new technology really as a new toys. And as it was with this previous speaker, try to play with, try to see what it can do. And if you understand what it can do, then it probably will be much more resilient to any news that can be sort of twisted or faked, and that will be sort of out on the internet, sort of trying to trick you. So what I like is something that was put on AI, OpenAI, I think half a year ago, as a quote, that AI will not replace you, but the people who know how to use it will. So this is probably the message. So this is why we should sort of take care about what the AI is. And let's do a little bit expedition into the AI a little bit more deeply, but without going really into being too technical. Let's look at some of the milestones. The AI, from the Adobe, we heard, that the speaker was playing with the tools for 10 years, where they had this AI in it. Actually, it goes back to the 50s, where it was coined as a term in the New Hampshire in a conference of MIT. And it sort of rocketed with the in the 60s, where there was a little different games that were able to beat people. It started with the checkers, you know, hey, we were able to beat people in the checkers, so basically we will soon have artificial intelligence overwhelming the world. It was the similar as we sort of hear today with the OpenAI and ChatGPT. But then it came the 70s, which is sometimes called AI winter, because in the 70s we had this financial crisis and the oil crisis, so there was a little bit less money going to the research. Also, the algorithms that were sort of on a paper and a theory were not able to be run on the hardware that was available at the time. So basically, the AI was a little bit developing very, very slowly. But it sort of kicked out or kicked forward in the 90s, where we had something like a cloud coming in, we had a broadband internet available, and suddenly, you know, the stuff that was not able to be calculated easily on the machines in the 60s and 70s were suddenly sort of much more accessible. And if you look at the milestones, it was like 1997 where the first we managed to, as a or we or the computer managed to beat the Gary Kasparov, which was the world champion in chess. In 2011, we have a computer winning over people in Jeopardy. In 2016, we were having the people beaten in Go game, which is much more sort of difficult regarding the different possibilities than chess. Then we have in 2017, we have the Texas Hold'em poker, where actually the computer has beaten the champions in poker. And again, we have a little bit difficult game where you are playing with not all the information and so on. In 2019, we had a project debater where the people that were sort of beaten by computer in debating and arguing on a selected topic. And on 2022, we had the ChatGPT coming in, which was really a revolution, and we see that the uptake, like in 3 months, was like total wow to everyone. And nowadays, you know, you see that the ChatGPT or the foundation generative models are implemented almost everywhere. Everywhere you look, if you look at Canva, if you look at the different tools, you see that there is some AI prompting that is already there. But the AI is not only about the technology and about the games. It has many different flavors. And this means that you can actually get engaged in the AI and do an AI related job, even in the different fields. One of them is, for example, philosophy. And since we have very little time, let's just touch it very briefly. You know, in philosophy, even in the 50s, we had something coming up that is called Turing test. Basically, it was by a computer scientist, Alan Turing, and he tried to answer the question, how can we tell that the machine is intelligent? And what he did is that he defined this test that you have the human evaluator who is texting with, and he doesn't know if he is texting with a machine or human. And if he cannot decide or cannot guess if it is a machine or human, then Turing says that then the machine basically fooled him and the machine can be perceived as intelligent. And the Turing test, even it is from the 50s, it is used a lot even nowadays. There are this Marcus test where they let the computer sit and watch the TV show, and then they try to, by asking questions, to see what was the understanding of the computer of what was happening in the TV show. There is this Lebner Prize where the computer is having a 25-minute conversation with the jury, and the jury then sort of tries to decide if it is sort of perceived as an intelligent. Maybe question to the audience. You can raise your hand. If have you ever been in these tests? Any of you? No hands up. Nobody took part in this Turing test. Well, actually, I think we all are taking part in this test, or in a different flavor of the test. This is called reverse Turing test. and this is this CAPTCHA. So CAPTCHA basically means completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and humans apart. So every time we have this annoying, annoying fields where we try to guess if this field has the part of the bus or not, and we are trying to get us through to the page. This is basically a Turing test in practice. Nowadays, they are a lot of time they are using reCAPTCHA, where you just have to check the box. So you are saying, hey, what, computer cannot check the box? Well, the computer can check the box very easily as well. But what they are doing is they are trying to analyze how is your movement of your mouse towards the checkbox. Because if you are a computer, you will have a uniform movement in a line to the checkbox, and then you click the checkbox. Whereas if you are human, you are basically trying, to find where is the right space, to click, and you don't have this uniformity, which sort of translates to the Google or to anyone who is using it. You are not a robot. We can let you in. But staying still in the philosophy field, in the 80s, there was this American philosopher John Searle, who sort of tried to attack basically the Turing test experiment with something that is called the Chinese room argument. So Turing test and Chinese room experiment are one of the two key philosophical approaches that you will probably come across when talking about AI. And this is really a thought experiment that tries to show that the ability to answer the questions in a meaningful way is not enough to demonstrate that you have the ability actually to understand and ability to think, which is what we expect from something that is called a strong AI. And in this experiment, we sort of imagined that there was this human who is in a box or in a room, basically, and he doesn't speak Chinese, and that's but he has all the dictionary of all the different possible sentences and all the different possible answers to all the questions in Chinese that there is, and he has a rule book how to answer these. And if someone from the outside just inputs a question in Chinese, he basically, based on the rules, can find what is the answer and output the answer to the person who is asking. And the person who is asking can have the sort of perception that the person inside knows Chinese very well. But the truth is that basically inside the room, the person inside the room doesn't have any knowledge of the Chinese. So basically, it is something that can be done by a stupid machine. It can be done by a monkey. It is not showing any intelligence, what John Searle says. And basically, based on this, or from this moment, from the 80s, what we come across sometimes is you will find something is weak AI and something is strong AI. And basically all that we hear today and all that we have seen today from the Microsoft, from IBM, from Adobe, this is actually a weak AI. It is ability that we program the machine, that its actions are indistinguishable from the humans. But the strong AI is not here yet. And in my opinion, it will be maybe a few decades, maybe more, when we'll see strong AI. That would be probably the Terminator. The computational model of all human reasoning and all the mental states. So you see that you can engage even in philosophy. Another thing where you can engage with the AI is AI ethics. One of the most popular one was the moral machine. Moral Machine was an experiment designed by the MIT, and it got very viral soon. And actually, they managed to gather over 40 million decisions in different countries, in over 200 countries all around the world. And the Moral Machine experiment was just that you had a self-driving car, and you always had to decide what the car should do in a critical situation. So, for example, on this example, should it go straight, or where it will be killing maybe more elderly people, or should it sort of steer away, but it will be killing like a young family with 2 children. And this sort of, from my perspective, very hard Sophia choice, horrific questions were sort of answered, and basically it's still on, and you can still try this experiment yourself. And based on the data they have sort of gathered, they managed to sort of cluster it into three what they call the three like civilization, or three perceptions. One is the Western, one is the Southern, and one is the Eastern. And they, as you see, they differ quite a lot. The US is in a Western civilization. The Czech Republic, I think we are Czechia here, we are in the Southern one. So and you see that there are many differences. It is probably not readable, but you know, on the axis where they differ, the Southern and the Eastern is, for example, sparing the young, where in the Southern culture we are more towards sparing the young, apart from the elderly. On the Eastern culture, like Japan and China and so on, it is more about sparing the elderly rather than sparing the young. So you see that there are very many differences, and this has implication when you are sort of building, you know. So imagine that you are sort of buying a self-driving car in Japan, and then you want to drive it in Europe. How will it behave? Will it behave like in Southern model because you are drive from Europe, or will it be Eastern model, or will it like change the firmware once it crosses the borderline? What are these questions that are sort of coming up? So actually, the ethics itself is one of the large field that is as we have seen on a sort of top priority by the major players like Microsoft and also IBM. And IBM has defined these 5 pillars of AI ethics that you know every new system sort of should play by. It's the explainability, fairness, robustness, transparency, and privacy. Explainability is about that you have to be able to explain why the AI got to this answer. So if the AI says, "Hey, I will not give you the loan in a bank," why? You as a customer should know why. So there should be some explainability behind the model. The fairness is all about the bias that we see today that in many of the systems. Robustness is being it secure, that you can sort of cannot trick it from outside. Transparency and privacy is about that the user knows what the system does, and that the data are kept private, and the consumer data is protected, and basically the data belongs to the creator. If we just have a short look on, for example, the security and robustness, this is a way how you can fool a neural network, basically artificial intelligence. From a human perspective, from a human eye, you don't see a difference between the first and the last picture. It's all basically a panda. But if you put it through some neural network, on the first picture, the neural network says, "Hey, I think 57%, 58% that confidence that is a panda." And if you overlay like this noise picture in the middle, just over the panda with the 0.007 transparency, we still do not see any difference as a human eye. Suddenly, the neural network will give you the result that it is 93% confident that it's a gibbon. You know, so this is something that's called adversarial attack, and this is one of the things that, you know, the AI solutions are trying to be sort of robust against, so that it will sort of withstand. And if we move from the other fields, there was the philosophy and ethics. We can go more to the computer science, where you should be sort of aware of the different terms that you come across when talking about artificial intelligence. Sometimes you hear the machine learning, sometimes you will hear something that it's a deep learning model, sometimes you will hear about generative AI and foundation model. So what are actually those? These are not quite interchangeable. These are more like nested together, like these Russian dolls are nested together, where the machine learning is basically about trying to uncover some patterns in the data, and then trying to apply these patterns, these inputs through the patterns to generate the corresponding outputs. The deep learning is more about neural networks, which are basically an interconnected different nodes, like a network of nodes, which are processing the information. And they are suited like when you are trying to recognize something on the image, or when you are doing the speech recognition. So this is where it is used. And lastly, and basically lately as well, it is the foundation model, the generative AI, where it's actually some specific kind, again, a nested part of the deep learning, where you have the special neural network, which generates the sequences of related data elements. So basically, it is trying to predict the next best word in the sentence. It is trying to predict what would be the next best pixel in this image. And by this, he's sort of step by step generating the answer, like ChatGPT, or the image as a Bing image creator, and so on. So this is basically the terms that you will sort of come across. If you look at a machine learning, how it works is different how it works in a classical programming. In a classical programming, it is basically a rule-based system. You are programming a series of instructions. You are saying, if you are having a triangle, triangle has 3 sides. And this is the rule by which you will decide that it is a triangle. In a machine learning systems and in AI, it is more about training rather than programming, which means you are throwing bunch of data, and it can be sort of millions of data. It can be text, it can be images, like millions of triangles saying, or hundreds of triangles saying, all these are triangles. And the system itself basically defines the rules and creates the rules how to recognize that it is a triangle. So this is the main difference between how the classical programming, whereas the machine learning approach works. When we will be talking about machine learning, you will sometimes come across that they will say, hey, this one is done by supervised learning, and this one is unsupervised teaching or learning, and this is the reinforcement learning. So what are these machine learning types? Basically, supervised learning means that you are feeding it with examples. So, for example, you are feeding images of pictures of a cancer, and saying this is a cancer. So train yourself to spot a cancer on this picture. Whereas, and then you feed in any new data that the system hasn't seen before, and he's trying to classify it if, hey, I can see it, I can see the cancer in this picture, or no, this is the cancer-free picture. Whereas the unsupervised learning is more about that you are just throwing the data and you are not giving it the right examples of what it is. And you are just, saying, just, try to do something with the data. And it is usually used for the clustering. So for example, in this picture, a lot of Disney characters, and it would probably cluster the Donald the duck and all these ducks, because they are ducks and they have beaks. Whereas the other ones will not have. So they are doing the clustering. This is used, for example, in marketing, where they're doing the clusters of the customers. Or it is used on yourself if you are using Spotify and you have these recommendation engines. What they are doing is basically they are clustering you. You are a cluster of these type of consumers in Spotify that like these type of music. And we know that you are sort of listening to the rock music. So we will do a recommendation based on this because you are in this cluster. So if you are listening all the time to the rock music, it is not very probable that the Spotify will recommend, hey, have a go and listen to Bach. It probably won't, because it tries to recommend you something that it thinks you will like. And then we have the reinforcement learning, which is used a lot of times in the games, but also in the, for example, advertisement recommendation as well, where it actually teaches based on the environment. So basically, based on the action that you make, the system gets sort of rewards and observes if it's doing well or not, and refines for the next round. So these are the 3 types of machine learning that you can come across. So just to understand it, what is the machine learning doing? If you look at what it is doing, it is basically 3 tasks. Either it sort of predicts a number. So for example, regression is about predict me what is the price of the house in this locality where we have this services nearby, where there is this pollution score, etc. And it tries to predict the number. The second task it does is the classification. For example, the spam filters. Try to classify if this email is a spam or is not spam. And then it does the clustering, as we mentioned, for example, in a Spotify. But for sometimes, or for some tasks, like natural language processing or image processing, this was not quite easy. And there comes the neural networks, which are basically something that is a set of algorithm that is sort of loosely modeled after what we have in our heads. So they are not trying to do a digital brain. They are just trying to do a mathematical model of a neuron, which has some inputs, does something. So he processes this information and outputs it. And they put these neurons in a different layers, and imagine that the blue layer, there can be like thousands of these layers, and each layer can have thousands of nodes, and you just pass the information through all the network to get to get the answer. So this is how the neural networks work. And this is where actually there comes an issue. When you put something in a neural network, it bubbles through the network, it gives you an output, and you ask why. And usually the people, the IT guys, they was designing the neural network, say, well, we cannot tell really. It's hard to tell, because it's a little bit of a black box. There are a lot of weights, a lot of parameters, and we have seen it when from the ChatGPT, basically the GPT foundation model came to the Bing, that it didn't give you the exactly same data, because they sort of changed the parameters, and they sort of played it, and they tune it all the time. It's something that was possible to ask a few weeks, months ago, is not possible to be asked today, because there is some bias, and they try to repair it. They try to sort of make it straight. So these are the neural networks, another term that you will come across. You don't have to understand it, just to know that neural networks are something that it does, that it belongs to the AI. And the most important and the most recent one is the generative models. And the generative models, that's all these GPTs and so on, they predict and try to generate the sequences of related data. So they have been fed unlabeled text data to some machine algorithm, and they have created this model, this great big foundation model, where you sort of ask something with the prompt, and the foundation model tries to, I don't want to say guess, but predict what would be the sequence of the data that will have the greatest confidence. That what would be the next word in this sentence? What would be the next pixel in this picture? And we have seen that if we want to say what can be generated, actually you can generate images and photos. If you go to Midjourney or DALL-E or Bing Image Creator, you can do very good photos and images that you can sort of use in your presentation, for example. There are new tools where you can even do videos and animations like Synthesia, DeepBrain, Video, and so on. You can even do sounds and music, as we have seen with Adobe, and there are many other tools like EvenLabs, SoundDraw, where you can actually even model the different voices from. They are even open source on the web. If I want to speak in an Indian accent or German accent or the Czech accent, I can sort of select it, and it can sort of create the voice based on some learning it has done, because it has some data on how the Czech people speak English, and based on this, it will create basically these waveforms, wave files that we listen to. And then it is the text and code like ChatGPT, Bard from the Google, or the Bing Chat from Microsoft that we have seen. As an example, if you put a prompt to the DALL-E, like create a fantasy style illustration of young blonde girl in an ocean with a beast in a storm. This is basically what the DALL-E gave me. on the same prompt, this is what the Microsoft Bing has created. And was with a very similar prompt, this is what Midjourney has created. All, I think, are very good illustration, even from some fantasy book. I wouldn't be offended if this would be on a cover or something like this. And it is not only images, it's also the text and code. So if you come across the different examples that are very common on the internet, for example, especially the programming task, there are these sites where you can sort of try to solve the different coding puzzles, like Lead Code, or there's a site called Code Wars. And basically, if you put this in a ChatGPT, you would be spending maybe like 20 minutes to solve it and to write the code, maybe 30 minutes. The ChatGPT gives it in 1 minute. It gives it together with the explanation, and it is correct. What you have to do is, on the other hand, you have to check that it is correct. You can try it yourself. I've tried myself several times. For example, try to write an essay on Paleolithic period in some place in the Czech Republic, because my daughter had this task. So I said, hey, let's try what the ChatGPT would do, and it did quite well. Like, it did perfectly for 99%, but the 1% was like totally off, where he said that this is something most important in the Middle Age. From the Paleolithic, we suddenly moved to the Middle Ages. So you have to really be very careful of what it brings. But nevertheless, as I said, it is a big revolution. And why it is a big revolution? Because in conventional AI, what we did is that we tried to solve the task by having this training data and hundreds of thousands labeled data points. And labeled data points mean that a human has to label these data points. So it's a lot of sort of low value added task that you have to do, human task, to have this data just to build a model that will perform one task. You had another task, you did the same, another 100,000 labeled data. With the generative model, what we have is these foundation models, which are common. So basically, you have this one big, huge foundation model with 1 million of parameters, and you can do something that's called zero-shot prompting, where you just ask it a question and it gives you some answer. But what you can do as well is something called few-shot prompting, where you do several questions and you give them handcrafted examples, which sort of narrows down the foundation model, and also it allows it to answer questions that it wouldn't answer before. And you can go even further, and you can do something that's called data-driven tuning. So you have a labeled tuning data that you can put on top of the foundation model so that it precisely answers correctly what you want. And the beauty is that you don't have to have hundred thousands of these labeled data points, because you don't have to train all the generative foundation model that is already trained. You just need maybe hundreds or thousands labeled data. And then the foundation model would be able to answer the question like, what is the vacation policy of IBM in the Czech Republic? If I ask that ChatGPT, he would know, because it is on the intranet. He doesn't have access to this data. But if I use the label tuning data, it can be something that he suddenly knows the answer to, and basically it is something that can be used very well in a business. And this is where we get to what IBM is doing in this field. What we have come with is a framework. It's called Watson X. It was announced in the late July, I think, this year, maybe beginning of August. And basically what we're saying, it has three important parts. It's a platform to build the solutions. It's not the end user solution. And the platform has three parts. First is something like, imagine a studio, something where you can sort of train and create your models. You can deploy the models. There is this prompt laboratory where you can try your prompt if they work or not. And you can change the different foundation models, because GPT 3.5 or GPT-4 is not the only foundation model we have. There is a Llama foundation model that is developed by the Facebook. There are others from IBM and from other ones. So you can bring your own foundation model as well. Then the second part is data, which is important one, where actually you can have these workloads, this curated data. You can share it, you can store it, and you can have a data that is basically trusted, that you can build a solution with. And last but not least is basically a governance, where when you are building a solution, you need to have some life cycle of the solution that you can take care of. So something that you can something that you can manage as a sort of large enterprise. So this is why we have the Watson X, and where there is a platform. If you are more into the IT, there is a trial that you can try. If you just Google Watson X, it gives you to the page. If you are not up to the Watson X as a developer yet, but you say, hey, the AI is a very interesting topic and I want to know more, what I recommend is go to the IBM Skills Build platform. This is open platform that you have available, and if you log in either with your Google account, LinkedIn account, or just with your email, you have access to many different free e-learning resources. Some of them are also ending up with badges that you can put on your LinkedIn profile. So, for example, artificial intelligence, fundamentals, building trustworthy solutions, and so on. So these I sort of poke you a little bit, try to get some badges, and try to maybe understand even a little bit more about what AI is. And for those that are just playful, on the last slide, you will have, once I share the slides, you have something you can try for fun. Either you can play tic-tac-toe with the AI and see how the AI gets better and better over time. You can try if you can spot which photograph is real and which one is fake. Or you can try your prompting skills with the train your prompting skills, where you have basically an AI and you try to trick it to give you the password. And with every level, the AI gets better and better, and you are trying to trick it. So that's my sort of introduction to the AI, so that you understand maybe a little bit what's behind, and you are aware what the AI is and what it can and what it cannot do. And thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I know that I fully use the time, but I will stay here and try to answer any questions that there are in the chat.
Jan, thank you so much. So much information, and I love how you broke down the definitions for us. I think that's really beneficial for lay people who aren't in the tech field. It's beneficial for me to get the clarifications on those terms, and all that IBM is doing. I can't wait to learn more and get more micro credentials. For everybody who's online and U of L's Digital Transformation Center Learn page, you can access all of the IBM products that Jan was just talking about through there, the ones that are public right now. So thank you very much. We so appreciate IBM being here. And you queued us up really well for LinkedIn coming up next in your comments. So next up is we have LinkedIn Learning. Our speakers are going to be Daniel and Samantha. Daniel Johnson is a higher ed account director with LinkedIn. He supports large colleges and universities across the Midwest to leverage LinkedIn for hiring, employee mobility, and professional learning. Before LinkedIn, Daniel worked as a consultant supporting large K-12 school systems and state DOEs to implement teacher development programs. And he lives in Washington, D.C. Daniel, welcome. If you don't mind, I'm going to go on and give a brief introduction to Sam as well. I know she's going to be following you. Samantha Hansen's here. She's a senior customer success manager for LinkedIn Learning. She partners with colleges and universities across the Midwest to best leverage LinkedIn Learning across campus to support students, staff, and faculty. She's our rep, and she's also helping me with the student learning project. She's passionate about learning and loves working with students. She lives in California with her son and 2 black labs. Thank you guys for joining us. And I'm going to just turn it right over into LinkedIn Learning, and they can tell us all of their great offerings. Welcome, you two.
Thank you so much for having us, Sherry. We're excited to be here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sherry. It's great to be here. I'll go ahead and kick us off. Excellent. Really appreciate the introduction. We'll not repeat a lot on that, but Sam and I are your U of L team, and both of us, again, work with colleges and universities across the Midwest to support the strategic use of LinkedIn. And just one additional fact about me, I do live in Washington, D.C., but I grew up in Louisville. My parents met at and worked for Humana, so spent a lot of time downtown as a kid, and just really feel privileged to be able to support you all in this venue. So thank you for having us, and I will go ahead and get us kicked off. Just a quick summary of what we're going to cover in today's session. We are going to do a brief overview of LinkedIn and just kind of where we fit within this conversation of AI, and also more specifically some of the opportunities that we offer you all as a partner campus. We're going to dig into LinkedIn Learning and take a look specifically at both how you can grow your AI skills on the platform, but also some very exciting platform improvements that are coming in the vein of AI. So we're going to preview some really cool things that are coming down the pipe. And then lastly, we're going to talk a bit about just maximizing your LinkedIn presence and usage to set yourself up as a stronger candidate, or your personal brand in general, and specifically how LinkedIn is using AI to help those efforts. And then we'll definitely hold some time here for Q&A. But that said, if you do have any questions as we go, we have 2 facilitators, and the best part of that is we can engage you with questions while we facilitate as well. So please drop those in the chat. If it's worth us opening up for conversation, we're happy to stop and dig into anything that comes up as we go, and we'll keep an eye on the chat depending on who's facilitating. Excellent. So again, want to start this session here just to set the table a little bit with LinkedIn and what we believe to be all about. So our underlying vision is to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. And we do this in a few ways: by enabling people to build their networks, to connect employers and potential employees, and offering skill development resources. And again, we're going to talk through each of these angles a bit today. But obviously, this is a very lofty mission and vision for a for-profit company. So let's talk brass tacks for a second. How do you think, and this is just rhetorical, how do you think LinkedIn makes money? Maybe you're thinking about that right now. If you want to add into the chat, that's great. I'm not super good at, Sam's going to be the chat monitor at the moment. But things that might be coming to mind, you might think of premium LinkedIn subscriptions, right? I could buy a premium LinkedIn. You might think of LinkedIn Learning. U of L has LinkedIn Learning. That seems like a vehicle. You might think of just more general or generic, just ads for products or services, right? So those are commonly things we think of as what may be driving the economics of LinkedIn. But actually, our number one source of revenue is helping organizations recruit. So selling products to help organizations like U of L market jobs and directly reach candidates. So we have a lot invested in helping you as a professional find economic opportunity. It's really built into the fabric of our success as an organization, and not just helping you find those jobs, but have the skills, the platform, and the network to make that possible. And so with that, just a little bit more, and I would love you to share in the chat right now on this, so it'll be really easy. LinkedIn is the world's largest professional network. There are more than 950 million members on our platform. There's around 62 million job seeker behaviors every week. But we are a very popular platform because it has so many different uses. So would love to hear from you all. If you could just put in the chat if you've got it open. How do you use LinkedIn? And so 3 options here: to use it to connect, maybe connect with others, connect to the professional world, connect with organizations that you like to follow or learn from. 2, to use it to learn, to use it to stay current on top of skills, trends, or content. Or 3, to use it to get hired, to find jobs, to build your career. Try to pick one. I know it's probably there's a little bit of all 3, but would love to hear from the community here, ways in which we're thinking about it. I'll give another moment or so for people to add in, and feel free if you just want to type the number if that's easier. You can do that as well. Excellent. I love it. I love it. I'm seeing a good, nice spread here. We've got a lot of connects. That makes total sense. That's probably the primary one that comes to mind. I see some learns, and also not just learn, but also to instruct. I see, using it to supplement some of your courses. That's awesome. And I don't see get hired necessarily, and that probably makes sense, but I think that's gonna, getting hired is maybe tangential or connected in some way to the first 2 as well. So most likely any or all 3 of these come to mind when you think of your own personal use of LinkedIn. And we are going to talk a bit today, or try to touch on kind of all 3 of these, so that you leave with a really comprehensive understanding of where this can fit within your current use, or maybe ways in which you could continue to leverage it further. And as we dig into this today, I just want to give you a little bit of info on 3 things that are really informing our work at LinkedIn right now, and really our approach towards supporting the workforce. So first, generational and cultural shifts. There are some massive generational and cultural shifts that are changing how work gets done, both in how we operate and how we live our lives. And one of those is younger generations being more likely to value opportunities for career growth, learning, and skill building, even over work-life balances in some cases. And it's really important that we have venues to develop those skills, and for organizations just like U of L to communicate their commitments to these, which we hope is in part the reason we're here for this session, is really communicating that value around continuous learning and growth. The second are just skills and values. So talent leaders, and I hear this very frequently with the higher ed institutions that I get to support, that the talent leaders are looking to make more decisions on candidates based on not just traditional criteria like your education and formal experience, but on the skills and values that an employee can bring to an organization. So this also means that companies and recruiters need vehicles to find people based on those skills, and for employees to be able to signal what's most important to them. So again, that's really driving a lot of the platform design, content design, and engagement that we're aiming for. And then lastly, of course, and I think very timely for today's topic, generative AI. We are in, as I think has been covered in many ways today, the early stages of a very significant technological transformation. And we know, as again, represented by today's topics, it's really critical for the workforce to have skills that allow them to keep up with these needs, and to also to be able to market themselves competitively within a changing environment. So our goal is to both incorporate these generative AI updates within the platform, but also to help our users really work and market themselves through these changes as well. So with that, again, that's some background on the platform, and I think I think, a preview into the topics we're going to talk through. And from there, I'm going to hand it over to Sam to talk about LinkedIn Learning.
Wonderful. Thank you so
Sam, you might have just popped on mute.
I popped on and off. Look at me go. Thank you for calling that out. I did just drop a message in the chat. I would love it if you could give it a little like if you have already used LinkedIn Learning in the past. It just helps me know who's already used it and who maybe is brand new. So I look forward to talking to you about LinkedIn Learning. I'm going to go ahead and take control of the presentation. Thank you so much, Daniel. And we will go ahead and dive right in. All right, so I see a few, they're trickling in here. A few of us have already used LinkedIn Learning in the past, which is great. If you haven't, that's okay too. We're going to talk a little bit more about how you can use it and how you can access it. So on the screen, you'll see a QR code. You'll also see a clickable link. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for you where you can learn more about how to access LinkedIn Learning at U of L. So LinkedIn Learning is available for all students, staff, and faculty at U of L. It's a great resource where we add new content, something like 50 to 60 courses every week are added to LinkedIn Learning, and we inform that kind of skill strategy and that LinkedIn Learning kind of content on, like, where are we deciding on what skills to bring into LinkedIn Learning. That all comes from the LinkedIn economic graph. So based off of the skills that employers are looking for to fill open positions, the skills that people have who are in a certain position, and the skills that we're seeing kind of growing within LinkedIn and what's being shared on the network, we're able to leverage all of that great skill data to help us inform what skills people need and how to get them that content. So LinkedIn Learning is a great tool for you to leverage as you are, building out those skills to make sure that you are keeping yourself at the top of your game. One thing to note that if it is your first time accessing LinkedIn Learning, you may be asked to connect to your LinkedIn profile. So once you sign into LinkedIn Learning, you do have the option to connect to your LinkedIn profile. There are a number of benefits to making that connection to have LinkedIn Learning and your LinkedIn profile tied together. It will help tailor content recommendations to you. It's going to really give you ease of showcasing your skills. So you'll be able to highlight those skills you're developing to make you that much more kind of, for students particularly, that much more kind of, what's the word? Exciting to recruiters. They'll want to say like, oh, this person has all the right skill matches. Let's make sure we reach out to them and see if they're interested in this open position. So it's a great way to showcase your skills. If you connect your LinkedIn profile, you can also engage with your peers through watch parties and instructors via the QA tab. So on LinkedIn Learning, there is a QA section for every course where you can ask the LinkedIn Learning instructor questions about the content of their course. So it's a great way to connect. You can also follow them on LinkedIn so you can see what they're up to because they are subject matter experts within their industry. It's a great way to stay connected and help build out your network as well. Alrighty, so with LinkedIn Learning, you are also able to earn professional certifications. So we offer a number of professional certifications right there within the LinkedIn platform. So these are going to be things like the Career Essentials Generative AI in partnership with Microsoft. This is a great certification that you can take advantage of within your LinkedIn Learning account today if you're interested. It includes an exam and you're issued that badge at the end. We also offer a number of continuing education units or certification prep programs so that you can make sure you are at the top of your game or that you are not having to pay out of pocket for any maintenance of professional certifications that you already have. So it's very easy to find that within the LinkedIn Learning platform. I'll show you where you can find all that information when I give you a quick demo here in a moment. Alrighty, so as I mentioned, we do have the Generative AI Career Essentials Professional Certification. I'm going to drop a link to that in the chat so you can easily access it. It is a number of courses that are going to provide you with the key skills for just anyone in their career who wants to have a better understanding of how you can use generative AI, what is generative AI, kind of how you can bring it into your workflow to make your life a little bit easier. It includes a number of courses. At the end of those courses, you will take an exam, all within the LinkedIn Learning platform, and it will issue you a professional certificate that is in partnership with Microsoft. This is actually a great way that you can showcase this on your LinkedIn profile, highlighting those generative AI skills and just setting you up for success with this new world of work that we're entering. Alrighty. One of the ways that LinkedIn uses AI within our platform is through our content recommendations. So part of that LinkedIn economic graph where we identify what all those key skills are when you connect your profile, and then you set career goals within LinkedIn Learning. So as an individual, you're prompted to set a career goal in LinkedIn Learning so that you can highlight if you are interested in growing in your current role, or if you'd like to transition into a new role, or maybe you want to grow the skills to develop and, supervise or to lead a team of people. So based off of that, and with our AI tools built into the platform, it's going to tailor content recommendations to you to help you accomplish those goals. So this is a really great way for you to use LinkedIn Learning to kind of build your career development and accomplish any kind of career goals that you're setting for yourself. Alrighty. So as the theme of today's conversation is generative AI, we wanted to highlight for you a number of the ways and skills that you can develop around generative AI on LinkedIn Learning. So with LinkedIn Learning, as I mentioned, we add new content every week. So we're able to continuously add to our generative AI library as more things come available. We're constantly working on that. We have our Future in Tech live office hours. So you can always join a live office hour session via LinkedIn Learning and actually engage with the instructors and learn more about what's happening. We have content taught by AI experts with real world experience. So we have professors of analytics from the University of Notre Dame who are instructing some of these courses. We have the Dean and Professor of Engineering at the University of California, Berkeley has his own course on there. So there is a number of kind of already established AI professionals teaching this LinkedIn Learning content for you so you can learn from experts in their field. We also have some great AI content taught by our own LinkedIn experts. So our Chief Product Officer, Tomer, has a great LinkedIn course on generative AI for business leaders. Our VP of Engineering, they are teaching AI courses on LinkedIn Learning, and we've launched the LinkedIn AI Academy available for everyone. So the LinkedIn AI Academy is something that our own internal engineering teams were using to really help us maximize how we use AI within the platform. And we've made that available, that training available for all. I dropped the link in the chat. If you're interested in learning more, you can check out that content on LinkedIn Learning. So there is so much to learn on generative AI, and you can use LinkedIn Learning to get it done. With that, I want to take a moment to give you a quick preview and talk a little bit about something that's coming to LinkedIn Learning. It's not available yet, but it's coming. So the way that the world is learning, it's shifting. Learners, they don't always want to be engaging with short videos, but we also want learning to be conversational and interactive. And at the end of the day, people often learn best by talking to other people. So not everyone has access to a real person with the expertise to help them learn the skills that they need to really thrive. So to help our learners thrive in their careers, we are so excited that we are working on a generative AI coaching tool that allows individuals to have a personalized conversation, develop skills, and get guidance on their career and skill development. You'll be able to dive deep to develop skills and solve problems that you're facing within your day-to-day jobs. And as we all know, a good coach requires taking the time to understand a person by asking questions about their thought process rather than simply providing direct answers. So, LinkedIn Learning's generative AI coaching tool will do just this by asking learner questions to understand where they are and help guide their learning. It's going to give you the examples and how you can put them into practice while providing instant feedback and suggestions. So, here's what really sets this apart. First, it's going to be that personalized learning. We can personalize your learning experience by tailoring the response to each individual based on your role, your career goals that you've set, the skills that you're interested in, and a little bit more information that we can pull. So eventually, LinkedIn Learning's generative AI coach is going to remember its previous conversations with your learners. It's going to then be able to proactively reach out to check in on your progress and encourage your continued learning. So it's going to help hold you accountable for the goals that you're setting for yourself and keep you on track to accomplish those learning goals. The second area where this is going to set us apart is the connection to real people. So, our generative AI coach will connect you to the perspectives of real people, both our world class LinkedIn Learning instructors and also experts at university at U of L. So, the first iteration will pretty much just be LinkedIn Learning instructors, but future iterations will be able to bring in the experts at U of L as well, so you can hear from them. In summary, the generative AI coaching is going to accelerate learning in ways that only LinkedIn Learning can by leveraging our unique LinkedIn knowledge of who a learner is and our unique assets, including our instructor network and highest quality learning content. So, this should be coming. We're hoping for October. I don't have an exact date yet on when it will be available, but keep your eye out on your LinkedIn Learning platform because it will be big once it's available. It is free. It's included with your access to LinkedIn Learning. So as long as you have access to LinkedIn Learning through your school, you will be able to access this AI coach. So it is built in. With that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and give you all just a quick overview of the LinkedIn Learning platform. Um, I'm also going to just give you the opportunity to drop any questions that you have in the chat so I can make sure to address those as we go through. Alrighty, so you should be able to see my screen. Yes, you do have access to LinkedIn Learning at U of L. All students, staff, and faculty have access. It is 100% free for you all. And this is something, if you are a faculty member, you can use this as a supplement to your curriculum. You can use it as assignments. It's a great tool to use. So let me give you a quick overview of what LinkedIn Learning is. So once you sign into LinkedIn Learning, this is what the homepage looks like. You'll see the option to set a career goal here that we talked about. And once you set that career goal, it's going to tailor this first carousel of content to align with what your career goal is. If you're not sure what your career goal is, or maybe you're just curious to learn more about different types of roles, you can browse role guides within LinkedIn Learning by clicking on any of the business, creative, or technology libraries and see what these various roles are. So, just as an example, maybe I'm curious about what it means to be a project manager. I can click on this, and this is a great opportunity for students as well. So, if students are interested in learning more about what skills are associated with becoming a project manager or what it might be like, or they want to connect with people who are already project managers, this is a great tool for them to use as well for that kind of career exploration. So when I click into the role guide for project manager, I can see if there's any open positions at U of L for project manager, and I can apply to those. I can also get started with content. So these are going to be the top courses for that role. So this is all informed from that LinkedIn economic graph, identifying those key skills. It's going to break down what skills I already have by giving me a check mark next to them and help inform me what skills I should focus on so that I will have those appropriate skills for that role. It's going to provide me with in-depth learning paths so I can do that macro level learning. And this is one of my favorite parts about these role guides is I can join groups on the LinkedIn platform where I can connect with individuals who are already acting as a project manager and have their own expertise, and I can learn from them. So I have a lot of different options here on groups I can connect with on LinkedIn to help build my network and learn from individuals. And I can work towards certifications. So I can work on getting my Six Sigma certification or my PMI, so I can, have that PMP certification or maintain that. This is a great tool to use for both professional development and for kind of career exploration. So, and if this is what I want to be, I can easily set my career goal from this page. Alrighty. In addition, you will see highlighted content at the top of your page. When you click into any course, so I'm going to go ahead and show you quickly where you can find that Career Essentials in Generative AI. It's going to be under the Certifications tab on the left. So when we click on Certifications, this is where we will see any certification prep that we're interested in taking, continuing education units that we want to maintain. But if we want to earn a professional certificate on the LinkedIn platform, where it's all 100% contained on LinkedIn and included in our subscription, I can click here. Under the Microsoft section, I have a number of different options, so things like data analyst, project management, system admin, etc. But the one that we are really excited about is the Career Essentials in Generative AI. So if I click into this, it's going to give me the course content that I'll need to go through. And once I complete all this course content, it will give me the option to take the exam. Once I complete that exam, I will be issued my badge that I can then add to my LinkedIn profile. You can always learn more on the site. It'll give you like how it works. It's just a great tool, and this is free for you all to be able to earn. Alrighty, so sorry, I am presenting from home, so I apologize if you can hear my dogs. It's part of the reason why I mentioned them in my bio. Let's demo a little bit of this generative AI coach. It's live for me to show you, but unfortunately it's not available for you yet. It will be coming soon, so keep an eye out, but this is just a quick preview on what you can expect. Alrighty, so it gives you a few examples on where you can get started. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on one of these. I'm asking it to provide advice on active listening and understanding others' perspectives during conflict. You'll see here that it doesn't just give me an answer, it's going to ask for more information right away. So I can see you're interested in personal development, communication. This is based off of skills that I follow as an individual, which are great skills to have in this field. Can you tell me more about the specific conflicts you're encountering in your role as a senior customer? This will help me provide more targeted advice. So I'm just going to say clear expectations on collaboration. And it's thinking. This is just a really cool tool. So it's going to dive deeper. It's going to give you that clear understanding of what it is that you're looking for. It's going to provide you with tips. So effective collaboration is crucial. It's going to give me that kind of actionable item right away, but then it's also going to give me some LinkedIn Learning content that I can dive in deeper with. So if I'm, this is great, I want to dive in deeper, I click on that link, it takes me right into the LinkedIn Learning course that's going to tell me more about that topic. So that is just a little bit about LinkedIn Learning. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen so that Daniel has plenty of time to talk more about how you can use your LinkedIn profile to maximize that. And please feel free to put any questions in the chat. We will also try and leave time at the end, but I'm happy to answer questions in the chat as well.
Thank you, Sam. Let me pull this back up real quickly. And I know there are some questions in the chat right now about logging in. I know that we have DTC on the chat helping triage some of that. And just as a headline, you absolutely do get LinkedIn Learning as part of being a U of L employee or student. You can optionally connect that to your LinkedIn profile. If you do that, then you can log into your U of L LinkedIn Learning through your personal LinkedIn account. Um, and if there are further questions on that, we can try to troubleshoot and also make sure that we get out directions on that as well. Excellent. So I'm gonna move us into the third component of our session and talk a little bit about not just with LinkedIn Learning, but more broadly, how you can maximize LinkedIn and where some of these AI updates are going to fit within that. So I wanted to start with a few statistics that I think are interesting when you think about again those initial use cases of why you may be on the platform. So 97% of Fortune 500 companies recruit from LinkedIn. And actually, just more generally speaking, there are more than 800,000 companies using our products to recruit in some way, whether that's jobs marketing, passive sourcing, or employer branding. So there's really a large number of employers on here actively seeking you out as talent. It takes about 6 seconds for a recruiter to form an initial impression of a candidate on their profile. And that might seem alarming or concerning, but you have to also acknowledge that recruiters are looking through a high number of profiles at a quick clip and trying to identify who to pull into the funnel. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about this statistic in just a second, but it's really important that your personal brand is clearly communicated if that's going to be the clip at which you're, kind of initially forming that impression. You are 21 times more likely to get a view on your profile if you have a photo. And you are 10 times more likely to get messaged by a recruiter if you have your work experience complete, filled in. So job titles and some sort of description included. And AI in the LinkedIn platform is absolutely helping recruiters find candidates with these skills and these profiles, both faster and more efficiently. It's not just helping them identify who the candidates are, but as you can see in that little tiny little GIF on the left side there, it's also helping with crafting personalized outreach. So recruiters have tools now to find the candidates, but also to sort of customize out some of the messaging that they do to reach out to you. And the way that that's driven is actually by scanning your profile, your experience, and trying to connect the dots between who you are as a professional and why you might be interested in a role. So just as Sam kind of showed you some of the AI features on the LinkedIn Learning side, know that these are also part of how recruiters are using our platform to find candidates and review. If you want to see a bit under the hood of that and kind of maybe how to maximize the skills and descriptions on your profiles around either the roles that you currently have or maybe the roles that you further want to explore, we do have a really cool tool here, and I'm going to need to see. I'll drop it in just a second, or Sam, if you have it on hand, the Future of Skills GitHub link. We have a tool, again, if you want to see under the hood, that will show you for any job title that's on LinkedIn, whatever it is, you can search it and you can see the top skills for members with that title and also how those skills are changing in the past 5 years. So it's a really cool way to take a look at a standardized version of your title and then compare and contrast. Does my profile exhibit these skills, or do I need to find ways to further communicate or further develop what others in my field might be including? So when you think of LinkedIn, you probably think of that circle photo and the profile, and that makes sense. The profile is really the foundation of your personal brand, and that's kind of really generally speaking what you want the professional world to know about you. And it helps you answer at all times the most common interview question. So another rhetorical question for the group here. What do you think is the most common interview question? give you a second to think of it. And if you thought, tell me about yourself is it, if you thought anything along those lines, that is what it is. It is the tell me about yourself. And that is what your profile is trying to do. It's trying to answer that question as clearly, concisely, and also with as much detail as is needed. This is just a really quick example. This is somebody I work with at Ohio State, and I have permission to use their name and likeness on this picture. But it's a very quick glance at this profile. We call this a top fold review, and it's top fold because it's what you see right when you open up them on a web page before you scroll down or dig into it any further. And the top fold review is really important. This is that 6-second view. So at a very quick glance, can you get a sense of what that person is about? And I think this is a really good example of one where I can. There's a personalized headline about what Omari cares about. We can very quickly identify current employer, education. We can get a sense of a very large network that he has, and a nice sense of just professional style. We can see from that header banner and kind of the way that he's presenting himself, we can form some initial impressions on what Omari is really hoping to communicate about who he is as a professional. So I would tell, yeah, I know there is a lot there. It's a lot to pack in, but it's pretty concise, and you can really form an impression quickly just looking at it. I do want you to just take a moment. If you haven't done this, if you're not doing this already, if you don't have your LinkedIn up, go ahead, pull it up right now. Just go to linkedin.com. If you're on LinkedIn Learning, just hop over to your personal profile. Just take a second, do that right now. And then top fold, just take a few seconds to do a top fold review. And as you do that, just what is the headline or takeaway? What do you learn about you as a professional? And then does it align with what you want others, professionals, to think when they visit that top fold? Is there anything that stands out as a quick area of improvement? And it's really, I think, as simple as that. This doesn't need to be like we can get into like a really extensive lesson here on personal branding on LinkedIn, but I think it's as simple as that. What is the impression that I'm providing, and does it align with what I hope to communicate about myself? And trying to do that in a pretty quick preview. So if whether or not you're really satisfied with where it's at, or you've got some ideas on things that you could work on here, I'm going to just talk through kind of 3 steps for maximizing the platform, and I'll try to call out some of the AI, I think, sequences within this. So the first is just building that profile and making sure that it aligns with what you hope to communicate. You might think of your profile as your resume, like, oh, okay, this is just my digital form of my resume, but there are some key differences. So first, it speaks to all potential employers, not just one. So really thinking about how you can broadly communicate either within your industry or within your field to not just one single experience, but kind of how can I universally communicate who I am and what I can do. It goes into, I think, more details with skills, projects, interests, certifications than you can include on a 1-page resume or even on a multi-page CV. And some of that is just the ability to link in and really show and visualize some of your work products or things that you've contributed, or a little bit more personal flavor. And then lastly, your profile allows other professionals to interact, to learn, and to contact you. So again, some key differences here in how you might think about that more static resume and a more dynamic LinkedIn profile. And one of our many AI updates right now is actually helping you do this easier than ever before. So when you're in your profile now, you can actually use an AI assist to enhance your profile. It'll give you some suggestions on how you might think about writing your headline or your description or some of your work experience. Certainly, by no means, would I recommend just letting AI run itself for you, but use that as a tool to help up game or up level some of what your features are in that profile. So take a look, keep an eye out for that AI assist, and see if you can use it to help build that personal brand. The second is just building your professional network. Everyone has a network. Every time you meet new friends or acquaintances, volunteer, any other social or professional activities, you are building that network, and let LinkedIn help you create and store and navigate that network over time. 50% of workers currently employed found their jobs in some way through a personal connection. So use the platform to your advantage to find those connections, to search for new ones, to strategically grow your network. And I like to think of it as like, it's sort of like putting money in your 401k. If you build the network now, even if you're not using it now, it will pay off later. So start now, build the network, just continue to try to grow that, and over time, you will be able to find the dividends when you need them. And then lastly, just using your network, and these are the dividends, but using your network to connect to opportunity. Messaging connections at places you might be interested in working for or with, asking for informational interviews, and really trying to not be shy about this. Another stat here is just more than 60% of the workforce has referred someone to work at their company. So it is not uncommon to ask for these informational interviews and even to go as far as looking for those reference points. And LinkedIn, those connections are an easy place for you to find those opportunities. And lastly, just don't forget to add value and engage if you can, or if you're willing. Use sharing on LinkedIn, things that you're working on, maybe professional highlights, something that you contributed to. Keeps you top of mind in other people's feeds as well. So really, there is a component of personal branding and marketing that also can help you as you continue to navigate your career journeys. If you're looking to build that network, I would certainly recommend taking a look at your U of L network. You all are one of the key benefits of being part of an organization like U of L is that both current workforce and alumni base. You have a lot of different ways you can search through the U of L alumni page, where alumni live, where alumni work, what they do, what they studied. So really, really great resources to help you find other cards who maybe within those industries or within those areas that you're interested in connecting with. And if you are interested in just digging a lot deeper on this, really thinking more extensively about what it means to build your brand identity or your professional brand, we do have some great courses on LinkedIn Learning that are really dedicated to this topic. So how to rock your LinkedIn profile, how to transform your personal brand. I certainly encourage you to take a look at these types of resources. They're included within that library, and we'll do a much more complete and exhaustive job than I just did in 10 minutes of coaching on how to leverage the platform for your success. And Sam's putting those in the chat. So with that is actually we aim to hit it right around 45. I'm very impressed, Sam. Nice job. We did it. We are want to just give some time back here. If there are any questions, we are happy to answer those, and then we'll hand it back over to you all.
Okay, so U of L folks, this is your chance to ask your questions for LinkedIn and LinkedIn Learning. Thank you both. This was very informative, and I'm anxious to see this rock your profile work. I haven't tried that yet. We have some students that Sam and I are going to practice on with that, so it's going to be fun to watch that occur. Do you have any questions? What kind of background photo seems to be the most effective?
One second, I actually have a slide for this. I'm just going to throw in. It's really good for this. Let me let me pull this in. Sam, if you want to share on this, but I'm gonna pull something up.
No, I think you got it.
This is a great question. All right. Wait, where did it go? I got it right here. Okay, it's not populating, but imagine a slide with many headshots around a few things that we recommend. Just a photo that centers on the upper half or top third of your profile. So you know, it's okay. Like Omari's photo is actually like the one I showed on the screen before. Omari's actually shows like a little bit more of a body profile than like LinkedIn would recommend as best. But that said, it's really up to you. But typically, it's going to be focused top third with your face. You can smile. You can go more stoic. That's really your call. But do think about your facial expression, and then just like good lighting, simple backgrounds. We don't need a picture of, you and your dog or you and somebody else. It really should just be you solo. And thinking about looking friendly, being approachable. That's pretty straightforward, but I think some easy tips. And we do have LinkedIn. If you do take that like photo, you can just you use your camera. We do have some filters built in to the LinkedIn system that'll help do some like color matching, enhancement type stuff. So you really don't even need a super high quality photo because LinkedIn can help do a little bit of that for you.
Yeah. And the beauty of today is everyone carries a smartphone around in their pocket. So you have a really strong camera on hand at any time. It doesn't have to be any kind of wild photo of you. It's just as long as it's a clear photo of your face with a friendly expression and a non-distracting background, you're going to be good to go. And that's going to give you that 21 times more views on LinkedIn. In regards to the kind of headline, like banner photo, I don't think there's really, as long as it's nothing offensive, it aligns with your brand. I think that is kind of the key piece there. If it's visually interesting, I think that all is acceptable. I don't think there's necessarily enough data for us right now to say like, oh, this works better than that. But I would definitely say keep it simple, and keep it on brand for what you are hoping to portray.
Yeah, and I apologize, I didn't read that question very clearly. I see that you said background. I gave you the profile photo, but I just generally agree. I mean, we see locations quite a bit. Like mine is like the DC skyline. That's very common. We see also the company that you work for. You could have U of L, something like that. Or like Sam said, maybe just like a neutral color, tone. There are some templates in there too. So really any one of those styles is very common.
Yeah, I was going to say you have quite a large selection for that large background that's just generic. I think I've always been very impressed with that. Okay, U of L crowd, are we good with LinkedIn Learning? Well, I can't thank you both, Daniel, Sam. Thank you so much. This is so informative and so good, and you've dropped so many wonderful resources into the chat. Folks, remember that you can come back to this and get all of these resources when you have time to digest them all. Thank you, you two.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
And we will be back in about 9 minutes. So thanks, everybody. Hi, Chris from Google.
Hello there. How are we?
We're good. I hope you are well today.
I keep asking people, Shelly, what day is it? Okay, it's Thursday. Okay, let's just start. We check box what day it is, and we move on to what the plan is, and then it gets blown. continue. So here we are.
Well, if you're like me, you don't let your calendar get too far from you, right?
How do you how do you structure your day, right? What's the plan for the day? It's just, I think calendar etiquette is as a class everyone should take, regardless if you work at University of Louisville or a student, or if you work at Google. It's like calendar etiquette's important. There's a reason I put do not schedule. I'm not just sitting drinking coffee for 4 hours a day, but I digress as usual. I apologize. So
That's okay. Well, I have to tell you, here in Kentucky, I just walked outside, and for those of you that are on already, if you are in Kentucky, you should take a moment and just walk outside, because this is about as pretty as it gets in our beautiful state. It is gorgeous today, and I need to start putting that in my calendar. Walk outside.
take a break, appreciate the moments, walk outside, breathe the oxygen.
Yes. Gosh, it's just lovely. So we are back with last but definitely not least, presenter for the day for Taste of Technology. I can't thank you all enough for sticking with us and for coming back. And for those of you that are planning on watching the recording, thank you so much. I hope it's as informative to you as it has been for me. For our 2 o'clock, we have Google here talking about generative AI. The future is now. And our speaker is Chris Doherty. He is an education and research strategy lead at Google Cloud. He spends his time working with universities, building partnerships and outcomes around research, student success, staff efficiency, and more, as well as he is practicing what he preaches and blocking his calendar for time to actually think. So the future is now, and Chris, I'm not going to steal your thunder anymore. The floor is yours.
No, Shelley, thank you much for the introduction. Thanks again, once again, having me involved with this process of Taste of Technology. We greatly appreciate it. The title Education Strategy Lead is a made-up title. We made it up, but the role itself, essentially, exactly right. I guess all titles are technically made up, but the idea is I focus in with universities to create outcomes with y'all. So I know that kind of moving forward here, let me just move forward a slide here. Mark Kozin is your education Google Cloud point of contact and reference. He is the one that works with the University of Louisville and the schools within Kentucky across the board. He'll be your main point of contact going forward. I help Mark with, again, how do we partner with University of Louisville within a research department, within a student success, regardless of what it is? How do we bring the best of Google to the University of Louisville? Mark is working on getting logged in. As you can imagine, Microsoft Teams and Google don't necessarily always work best together when it comes to kind of how we do things. So he's getting logged in now. By the way, Zoom, same way. So that's just kind of the way that things work. But again, we're the University of Louisville team, along with some great customer engineers that'll work with you all as we kind of work through different use cases and things you want to accomplish. Mark and I will bring the best of Google engineering to you to have a conversation around what are we trying to accomplish together. So a bit of an agenda. We're going to start off with a little bit of history lesson, kind of using the EDU vernacular here. Should I use Google Bard? Should I use something else? Because Google Bard is available to the world at this point. We're going to go through 2 demos. I'm going to show you a couple of technologies related to EDU with generative AI in mind and how we do things. What can Google Cloud bring to you, and where do I start? So that's really the agenda for today. We've got a wealth of an hour, which is an extremely generous, gracious amount of time for us to have today, so we appreciate that. I believe we'll kind of do raising hands, questions through the chat. I will do my best to answer those as we move forward. But we're in the AI revolution. As I tell people, whether you like it or not, whether you are ready for it or not, doesn't matter. Generative AI was a kind of we were thrust into this, especially generative AI, we were thrust into this moment today, again, whether you're ready for it or not. EDU has had to respond in kind and time to figure out how to harness the power of generative AI specifically. But AI today, we believe it to be the 4th revolution of our lifetime as humans when it comes to STEAM, electricity, information technology, and now artificial intelligence. Sundar Pichai, our CEO, is famously on 60 Minutes about 5 or 6 months ago, talked about how we believe here at Google that AI will absolutely impact all parts of our lives going forward, and that we should embrace it, and we should be careful with it, and we should understand it. Those are the kind of the key threads that we want to ensure. But this is the 4th revolution. You're using Google AI today. If you've searched anything in Google, last probably about a dozen years or so, you've used AI in one way, shape, or form. I like to travel. I love going overseas. I love to go to Europe. I've used Translate extensively just to figure out things. I've tried to learn the language before I show up in a country. I always try to learn things. I don't want to just show up and just assume everyone speaks English. That's inappropriate and rude. So using Translate just to understand how things are happening. How do I appreciate the culture more? Well, understanding the language of a culture, of a people, of a country is important to understand how there is. Dining, landmarks, shopping, Google Maps, you name it, across the board is essentially you're using assistive technology to live your life and to explore the world around us, which we passionately believe here at Google that that's important too. So again, if you're using Gmail, you've seen this, you've probably seen it over the last 2 or 3 years where all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, wait a minute. It's going to help me kind of fill in sentences. It's going to help me kind of anticipate what you're trying to communicate in email. So those kind of things, and within chat and with other areas like that, those are things we've been working on for a very long time. And also understanding how to best use the AI technology within our products is important to us. And we'll kind of explain what that looks like. And how do we evolve that to help you become more efficient, to keep you in the loop, dictating the way you communicate, but helping you within that. That is our goal overall as a massive company. So that's really the kind of the thing. Presentation seems cutting off a little bit there. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Does that help? If not, let me know and I'll see if I can't resize it or I'll move it off of presentation mode. But keep me posted on the margins.
The margins are off a little bit.
Let me try this then.
There you go. That's good.
Nope, let me go a little bigger here. Let me do this.
Good.
How's that look?
That looks good.
Perfect. Okay, we'll leave it there with a little bit of a side spacing. It actually helps me know what's next. So this is Google's history when it comes to AI and innovation. If anybody remembers Go, it was a software that was designed a product back in 2015. Google DeepMind, Google Research was involved with developing an AI that actually beat the Go champion. To be honest with you, I didn't know Go existed. It wasn't part of my purview at the time, but it was a big deal when it came to understanding how AI can potentially work with technology and inference and understanding and how quickly it can learn a game, right, from that perspective. Google DeepMind helps detect eye disease in 2016. So we developed AI technologies that help researchers detect, looking at imagery to say, how can we best understand eye disease and look for detections of it, right? Helping people understand a disease and an affliction, how to best approach those things. 2017 was a really important moment in AI time frame. Google invents the transformer. There's a white paper out there. I think it's called Getting All the Attention. Excuse me if I got that wrong, but it's a white paper that was Google researchers put out, and it created the transformer idea and the foundation framework. Well, my dad joke is the following: the T in ChatGPT is transformer. It wouldn't happen. Again, ChatGPT, large language models wouldn't have happened without that white paper. So it's considered kind of the big bang moment for large language models right then and there. Paper was attention is all you need. I always get that wrong. So thank you for that. I always get the wording a bit wrong. You would think being from here and talking about it, I would know the exact title, but thank you for that. It's out there to reference. Personally, I don't understand the paper. I understand the technology, but I couldn't read the paper. I used Bard to help me summarize that paper. So it's interesting kind of circle of life kind of moment for me when I said, hey, I don't understand this paper. Could you summarize it for me? And there's an abstract and those kind of pieces. But again, a little quinky, but 2017 was a big year. And then if you look at the kind of what happens after that, when ChatGPT was developed, which is 2018 till now, what Google's working on, and really the large language conversation starts in 2017. And Google's been deeply invested in it for since that moment. We released the BERT model in 2018. We've released T5 in 2019, Lambda in 2020. AlphaFold predicts known proteins, which is a huge open source project that Google Research put out called AlphaFold. And then Lambda powered AI services called Bard. I want to move back a little bit though. In 2018, Walden University, the online school, came to us and said, you know what, for our nursing students, there is no good tutor using AI, or really no good tutor, period. We want to work with you and partner up and build something. They released Julian, which is their AI tutor product in 2020, built on our T5 large language model. Here's what they did. They took the T5 model and said, we want to bring all of our nursing content to it. We want our students to interact with it and kind of build a structured way for them to reinforce learning, to determine gaps in what they do and kind of assess, and then give all of that interaction over to a faculty member to work with that student with. And it went live in 2020. Another dad joke, no one cared because it was 2020, but it was a large language model built on nursing content from a customer using T5. So again, we have been deeply involved in this technology for a long time. By the way, that Walden example is out there. In case if you search for Julian Walden, Google Cloud, you'll find that case study out there. We can reference it for you. So underneath all of this, which is the absolute most invitable, important thing, is the responsible AI we've developed here at Google. And we put out our frameworks for responsible AI. It's core to what we do. We help our customers develop responsible AI as well. We'll get into that a little bit here, but it is it's the bedrock of everything we do when it comes to how to be responsible with this fantastic technology. Obviously, the paradigm shift happened with large language models, where we said, hey, these foundational models trained on a massive amount of data. And obviously, there's kind of I'm going to use the Lord of the Rings analogy here. Is it going to be one ring to rule them all? Will one large language model rule them all? Our sense is no. Our sense is, you're going to have different size models for different use cases, for different focus areas. Security, medical, are just two examples where we're thinking like, you really want a model tailored to those types of scenarios. So a security model, for example, we have one called SecPalm, Security Palm, looks at large corpuses of data within security and says, here's your vulnerabilities. Here's the approach you want to think about. How do you apply security to code development? We have a coding model for code development. How do those work together to ensure when you develop code, you're great and you're good to go? But the idea is the paradigm shift happened when it said, hey AI, go train yourself on all this corpus of data, this massive amount of data, and help us interact with that data. Help us kind of do those components there. So that's really, this is the moment from a large language model, the rise of them, the foundations of what happens. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. And the reason is I want to think about EDUCAUSE, which is the large educational conference and consortium. Actually, it happens in about 5 weeks. Their annual conference in Chicago happens. Put out a survey in 2021 that said, hey, are you going to use AI in the classroom? Yes or no? And what you find is the majority of scenarios, the one that kind of really came up was chatbot technology. You see where there's kind of a mix of no plan to use to full usage to somewhere in between. But the darker the shade of fuchsia, I don't know if it's red or fuchsia, that means that there's the least amount of interest in that. So providing feedback, tutoring, this is again 2021, tutoring, feedback, grading assignments, no, 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 over 50% no across the board. Well, you can imagine early 2023, EDUCAUSE survey, will you be using generative AI? Quick poll. The majority of people optimistic to very optimistic in February that they'll be using generative AI. Moved to April, further down, 67% said optimistic to very optimistic. And in that right-hand box, you'll see that generative AI will profoundly change higher education next 3 to 5 years. 83% agree. So those are startling. That's a 2-year shift essentially, right? To probably not for most things to it's going to change higher education, right? In the next 3 to 5 years. Here's the interesting part along this as well. How are students going to use generative AI? We don't know. So that's kind of my joke to the point where we know it's going to change it, but we're not quite sure what it's going to do yet. There's a little bit of excitement and concern in the same sentence. Whether you're a researcher, whether you're the provost of academic affairs, doesn't matter. There's excitement and concern about both things. So to the point, Google's here to help kind of walk you through what our approach is, as well as different things to think about when it comes to using our technology. Here's the other thing I love to talk about, prompt engineering jobs. I would love to see raised hands. We don't have to do that here in the virtual setting, but did you know that there's jobs that do prompt engineering, which is all about kind of being a psychic to a counselor to the AI to say, this is what we want you to do. Here's how we want you to do things. 3,900 jobs on Indeed.com right now. ZipRecruiter has 7,786 jobs. And that Anthropic is paying anywhere from $250 to $375 for prompt engineers. It didn't exist 10 months ago, at least in mass. You could argue that, yes, prompt engineering's been around for a bit, but no one was really deeply interested or at mass that these ideas of prompt engineers was out there. So, by the way, the right-hand side, I was using Bard to actually build that response. So prompt engineering is this, this, and this. I've used Bard as examples to build prompt engineering syllabus with questions and answers. So that's kind of one of those things to think about too. But just want to put this on your radar that prompt engineering is an absolutely growing field that we see at Google just exploding, 10xing within the next year or two more. So again, speaking to what's impacting, generative AI is impacting in education, the drudgery. I would say drudgery for faculty, drudgery for administration and students. So that first bullet, I would argue that all three of those is looking at the drudgery of your work, of all the components there. How do we help reduce that? Exam questions we'll talk about in a little bit, different areas to think about. Delivering new interactions to data sites and applications. I'm going to show you a little bit of this later on as a demonstration of what this means. Building content-based tutors, content exam questions, and more. So how do you say, I've got this corpus of data. I want this technology to work with this corpus of data specifically and help students learn concepts and reinforce concepts and assess on concepts. And then come back to me as a faculty member, as a TA person to say, what's going on? How do we reinforce these different components? We call it human in the loop AI. By the way, everything we talk about today is fully vetted for and built for human in the loop interactions and reinforcement. That's absolutely our mentality when it comes to this. Analyzing data, helping ensure code is secure. These are areas I'm sure as a campus you've thought about, but this voxel on the bottom actually is from the Provost University of Florida talking to their Board of Regents and saying, by the way, there's this technology you better be paying attention to, that we need to pay attention to. It's called generative AI. Kind of speaking to the idea like, hey, this is a student in your College of Engineering, it's a faculty member, it's a provost, it's a president, it's a Board of Regents conversation we have. And so we want to help enable success with each of those users across a campus approach. So within research specifically, if you look at all the research documentation University of Louisville is developed and put out into the world over the last 10 years or so, within the last year or so, 2 years or so, looking at these large data sets of documentation saying, what's in there? How do we find out what's been published? What are people working on today across this great campus called the University of Louisville? How do we interact with all of this in a controlled environment? You know, we'll talk about the public versus private versus university versus the world approach to things here. Specific models, I mentioned medical, security, and more. We have some amazingly excellent, fun models that will absolutely provide you value from that perspective. Structured to unstructured data sets, find, analyze, and compare. Not everything is structured, right? Some things we can't even find. So, hey, AI, can you help us find things and bring things forward that we're looking for to answer questions, to solve problems, all the above. Build code for pipeline analysis work. I've got a couple of research scientists that work with me, or I work with them more. They're looking at how to do pipeline analysis and different components. Codes for area security flaws and many more applications across the board. And just some examples on the faculty side for exams. You know, when we were thrust into this moment with large language models being available to the world, what's out there, right? So we need to be help you ensure that your practice exams, unique exam questions that you have, it's tooling to help offset the idea of what was the internet introduction, whether it was the T5 calculator from well before when I was a child. Like, how do you teach in a world where this generative AI is out there, right? How do you administer your classes effectively? How do you use the tools? How do you do analysis around skills and competencies and learning today versus 10 months ago or 12 months ago, right? Things have changed so dramatically in the last really 10 months or so. How do we help you with those things? And that's really where it can kind of come into place there for exams. So again, just a couple of ideas that I've worked with some schools on that I want to cover there. I'm going to pause just for a moment here. There's a couple things I want to mention to you. So when it comes to consumer conversations versus campus conversations. I think of this way. Is this a gmail.com conversation or a louisville.edu conversation? And the reason is when you're interacting with things like Google Bard or ChatGPT, kind of in its format when it's out in the public, that company, Google, or again, in this case, OpenAI or ChatGPT, is reinforcing its learning and its content on those models, because those are consumer models. Bard is specifically for consumers to use. And that's the whole point of it, right? So Google's not taking your content and putting it out in the world per se, but it's reinforcing how it learns and how you ask questions and so on and so forth. So would I advise a researcher to put his or her content into Bard and ask it a ton of questions? No, because it's a consumer model. I'd recommend you wouldn't do that. In ChatGPT, there's been some famous examples of people that have put, I think Samsung was the one that comes to mind, where they released some content into the model itself, and it propagated across everything. That's the risk there that we're concerned about. So when it comes to your .com life, I'm going to do a trip to Patagonia. I want to go back to Ireland, by the way. Personally, I went there earlier this spring, and it was just one of the most amazing vacations ever. I'm gonna plan another one. Like, I'm using Bard to help me with that. That's a typical response to that process there, to make sure that it's the approach of that is a personal .com approach. When it comes to .edu, that's a lot of folks and students, faculty, staff, researchers. That's your IP. That's your intellectual property between your ears, right? And what you're working on is IP. That's where I think of it as a campus approach. Controlling the data, ensuring fraud and security, controlling the costs, data application, all those components that you think about when it comes to a campus conversation. I'm going to show you some tools today that we'd recommend versus, again, those public models are just a concern from that perspective there. So again, two different hats. One is a .com, one's a .edu. Going a step deeper, right? I just talked about Bard being a consumer model. Bard will continue to train itself over time using the consumer interactions it has, so it will do so. In the middle here, what you're seeing is how Google Cloud specifically is injecting generative AI, generative AI technology into our product sets. So if you've used Workspace inside of a .edu, if you've used Google BigQuery, Dialogflow, VirusTotal, Mandiant, Chronicle, which are security products, this is not a comprehensive list. We've taken Document AI to another level, which is, if you're familiar with OCR technology, which is, let's call it like 20 plus years old, we've applied AI to that type of technology called Document AI. I'll talk a little bit about this in a minute, but we've infused our product sets where appropriate with generative AI technology to help speed things up. Duet AI will be embedded into Google Workspace, so help you build documentations, help you slideware, all those kind of components will help you invest in that. On the far right side is Google Cloud. And by the way, I'm sorry, back to the enterprise enhancement. All of your interactions with AI within these tool sets stay with you. We do not train anything back to Google to build on our models when you're working in our enterprise services. Same thing with Google Cloud. And I'm going to be a broken record a couple times today. I apologize. We do not train on our customers' interactions with our AI when it comes to enterprise enhancement or Google Cloud, period. Doesn't happen, won't happen. So I'm going to talk about Vertex Chat and Search, generative AI APIs, Model Garden, Palm 2, MedPalm 2, Vertex AI at length. That's everything that happens in Google Cloud. Those kind of components are specific to University of Louisville and always will be. Kind of taking one step down into that, this is our AI data governance by default. We do not train on customers' data, committed to transparency. The only time we would train our models if we do so with your permission. I've had several researchers I work with that want to work and are working with Google Research directly. So what they say is, we want to bring a Google researcher into our org to work with us on a product. Great. That is where we sign a specific contractual agreement that researcher will get access to this specifically on this project. That is the only time you'll see a Google person involved anywhere. We cannot get access to anything that happens in Google Cloud without your explicit permission. And that's a key thing for us. Again, that's my broken record soapbox kind of scenario for you, but that's important to kind of outline a couple different times. So I don't like to go too far or too long into a presentation without actually showing you things. Slides are great, but they're kind of boring. So I like to kind of go through a couple demonstrations with you, and I can always circle back to this as well if you wanted me to. But the two demonstrations I'm going to show you today are a conversational AI for a university website that we trained up. And then what we call Genie, which is Generative AI for Enterprises, our foundation to kind of approach that. A demo we built for ISTE, the ISTE conference not too long ago around that there. So first things first, a conversational for a university website. Let me share this tab instead. I had a chance to go up to St. Catherine University up in Minnesota a couple months ago and talk to them about a couple different scenarios there. But what we did beforehand, the night before, we had an engineer that set up and said, we want to train a conversational AI interaction to their website. The steps are the following. Bring up a project in Google Cloud, generative AI app builder or conversational search, point at the university website, which in this case was stcats.edu, and click train. And about an hour later, this is what the result was. So a couple steps again, project, point, train, go. And this is the result. So in the bottom right-hand corner, and I apologize, hopefully this shows up okay. Let me know in the chat if it doesn't show up. I have it kind of blown up a little bit so you can see the writing, but let me know if you can't see the I'm St. Catherine's there.
We can see it.
Perfect. I love it when a plan comes together. So this is a conversational AI against their entire website. Took about an hour to train. So the first thing I want to ask it is, or let it know, I really don't like cats. I am more of a dog person. The reason I'm asking the conversational AI this is, this isn't relevant, right? It's not relevant to the website. It has nothing to do with St. Catherine's University. So it shouldn't, by the way, this was trained on a large language model. It knows a ton about dogs. But in this case, it's like, no, I'm pointing at the St. Catherine's website, only interact with that St. Catherine's website. So it's boxed off everything except for the content it's indexed on the website itself. So it doesn't know about dogs, doesn't know about cats. It doesn't care that I'm more of a dog person, doesn't care that I don't like cats. It's all about what's actually on that site itself. So the other thing I find is that people don't answer or ask it full questions. It just basically says, hey, I'm interested in a campus tour. So what this conversational AI is doing is it's building a synopsis, it's building a summary of, when I say campus tours, it can offer you both types of tours. The other thing it does give you a reference to the site specific page it pulled this content from. So it's showing you this is grounded in factual situation. It's grounded in facts, excuse me. And the idea is like, hey, it's going to say, this is what I found, what I think your question's about, and then this is where I found it. So transfer students. And again, it's just picking up. It's not a full question. It's just saying, oh, transfer student means go to this, this, and this. And the last thing I'll say, I like nursing. And what you're seeing is, again, not full questions, not answers are full, but not full questions to say, I want to know more about your nursing program. Do you have this? It's basically just saying, hey, what are we inferring that this user is looking for? And saying, okay, perfect. Let's give this information back to them. Keep in mind, this took about an hour to build. Typically in the chatbot world that I've been part of for the last 15 years, these things take months and a long time to build and to live. But what we're doing here is we're taking Google search technology, our ability to index things, then applying a large language model, in this case chat, to that index and saying, here's the website information back and forth to y'all. The beauty of this technology, it's called Vertex Chat, or Vertex Conversation, excuse me, is that you can point it at pretty much anything. Point it at a website, point it at an internal portal, point it at a database. Take your pick. And therefore, you can create a search or a chat interface to this. Or we're actually coming out with a recommendation engine as well along these lines. So it'll help people guide them through decision-making processes. The key thing is that you have this technology that you've basically put three screens, a project, a URL, or pointing to the data set there, and then click train. Here's the thing about this too. There are certain situations where you want a dictated response. You say, hey, AI, if this comes up, I want you to do X, Y, and Z. If a student says, I'm depressed, or someone mentions something about wanting to hurt themselves, the worst moments of just the biggest concern right then and there. You can dictate to the AI, listen, if you get anything related to these terms, this type of inference, here's exactly what I want you to do, and program that directly into the situation. So you can say, reach out, do this, do that, here are the steps we want you to do. So those kind of things are absolutely built into our technology, and what you get really right out of the box there from that perspective. So again, I'll mention this, but it's called Vertex AI Conversation and Vertex AI Search, and we'll show you a little bit more about those. But that's just the first kind of this quick demo I wanted to show you there. All right, let me get logged into this one here and show you this tab instead. This is a demo we built for ISTE. I mentioned that before. I really can't type and talk too much. Make sure I type that in correctly. Nope. Demos. Okay, just a quick check too, Shelly and team. This one's coming okay and looking okay for you all as well? Should. I just want to make sure you can actually see the edges and stuff.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Right,
Sorry, I was taking a drink.
No, very important. Listen, hydration's important, Sherry. So what this is, so keep in mind too, that when it comes to leveraging technology from any cloud provider, Azure, AWS, Oracle, Google Cloud, whatever that is, right? Typically, you're talking about getting into the cloud console, getting a project, going through the process, looking and interacting with a cloud console. For some of you on this call and a percentage across campus, no problem. I've worked in Azure before. I've worked in AWS. I've worked in Google before. You're familiar with how to work in a console. Let's be honest, the majority, let's call that 10% of University of Louisville's campus understands how to do that. Instead, though, the rest of you all want to get access to this technology in a pretty easy and simple way. The provost, the assistant provost, your faculty member, your students aren't going to want to necessarily go into a cloud console and they kind of work with those technologies, foundation models and such. Some of you may, regardless. So what we do is we partner up with people, providers and partners of ours, to build a small front end. This front end right here was built in Flutterflow. If you're all not familiar with Flutter, I would definitely recommend, and you're in the UI building and you're into technology itself, look up Flutter for me. It's actually a Google technology we developed a couple of years ago. It's amazing. It's someone like me who cannot code anything can build, honestly, very, very super fantastic UI website development. So I digress a little bit, but this is built on Flutterflow. What it's doing is it's talking to all of our APIs directly back to the technologies that we're mentioning, large language models, Vertex, all those components I mentioned, it's talking to you directly. But instead of going into those projects, you just come to a website like this and you say, I want to chat. So you'll see chat and query. Query is search. And so what I'm going to start with is Bloom's taxonomy. I'm going to mispronounce and misspell taxonomy because I normally do so quite a bit. Oh, by the way, from a perspective of histories, here's the other thing we can get into as well from that, of having a history. But Bloom's taxonomy, what is it? Bloom's is a taxonomy classification, education objectives, Bloom's technology. So you're interacting with the large language model directly from this interface here versus going into a cloud console to do so. You're getting a history of this whole process here. The other thing I want to mention is, by the way, here's that chat I mentioned. So the chat history of what did you chat with before? How many days ago was it? So I started this demo out, flutterflow.io. Thank you for that. I met them. They were actually out. Again, I'm always a sidebar person. I met them at Google Next, our big national conference. They're amazing people with honestly amazing technologies to look into. By the way, free for students to use. So they're all about educational purposes with what they do, but I digress. So here's my chats from 20 days ago. The other thing I want to mention is getting access to different models. So this may surprise you, but OpenAI 3.5 and 4 are open source models. OpenAI is an open source company, right? I say that out loud. You could agree and disagree, totally understand why. But Google Cloud can absolutely support any type of open source model. So Cohere is here. We ingested 3.5 and 4 from ChatGPT, from OpenAI. You see the Vertex chat in different areas. So imagine this. I'm a user. I'm a finance student at the University of Louisville. University of Louisville Finance Department has built a large language model specifically about accounting. What this is, it's a combination of Vertex chat with all of your accounting content, ingested with that model to build a comprehensive model for interacting with concepts of accounting. You could come in here, all you would see on this dropdown is the accounting model, right? Username, identity management appropriated to what models you have access to would be happening here. So it gives you an idea of the scale of things that can happen. But what we find are folks are saying, we need the last mile, right? We need something to put people on a campus can come into and say, I want to start testing these things out. I want to test out how this would work here. I want to build a specific a large language model interaction for this, and this. How do I do so? The key thing is that last mile of how do you get access to services, how you start to interact with them, chat with them, and kind of build with them over time. So this demo really just shows you a way to say, hey, how do you get access to us on a front end? Start working with it, kick it around, see what makes sense. And when you're ready to kind of build a specific model, perfect. Having these front ends developed very quickly and kind of talking to services like ours all through APIs is a framework we've built. We call it Genie, generative AI for an enterprise. I'm going to show you a couple slides, but I want to maybe break up the moment here as we kind of took a look at demos. So those are just 2 quick demos from generative AI that I want to show you all real fast. All right, share this tab instead. We're back to the middle, and we're doing pretty good on timing from my perspective here. I've got about 15 more minutes or so of content I want to walk you all through, and I would love to have a dialogue. Are there questions, concerns, things you've come up with before that we want to make sure that we cover? That's important to me as well. So about halfway through here. All right, so and real quick too, just check you guys are seeing my PowerPoint again, Google Cloud AI portfolio. Make sure that's the case as well.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate it. So what does our portfolio look like? What is it that we have? What are we building? What are we working on? So inside of a U of L, University of Louisville, Google Cloud org, here's the tool sets you would inherit right away. Duet for Workspace where appropriate. You guys are not necessarily using Workspace, so we'll put that one aside for a bit. Duet AI for Google Cloud, Contact Center AI. I mentioned Document AI, Discovery AI, Healthcare AI. And those are really for business users to interact with. So those are ones that, hey, I'm going to use a document AI to look at your transcripts, to lift all of your data off of transcripts, PDF, paper, to help the transfer credit process be sped up, right? Because that's it's a constant point of contention when it comes to how quickly can I get an answer about how many transfer credits I'll receive if I brought you credits. By the way, personal story, 10 seconds. I have 5 college transcripts and 1 bachelor's degree. That is not the way you're supposed to do this. So I am a registrar's nightmare as I bring these literally way too many courses and too many failed courses, et cetera, to you all. But again, that's one of those areas of Document AI that we're applying to those. But an end user in your registrar's department will be working with Document AI day in and day out. The middle section is really for developers and or maybe some business users, some power users. The conversational AI on St. Cat's website that I showed you, a developer could sit down and easily do that. Click, train, retrain. I'll get into kind of what the model management goes in a moment, but those ideas of working with foundation models, conversational AI, enterprise search across the board, those are things that developers, power users, maybe business users that are power users could absolutely interact with very quickly. Vertex AI is a platform we started building in 2021. It is our end-to-end machine learning ML ops platform. I say 2021 because you have to recognize, and I hope you appreciate that Google Cloud was building for this moment. We were already building AI platforms to manage things, and I'll kind of go into that a little bit more. Back in 2021, generative AI to us is an additive to the AI models and process we were already building up to this moment. So we've been dinged a couple times in the market for being slow. I appreciate that. I would say that we were on track for our schedule and we released on our schedule's timeframe. We wouldn't be pushed into releasing things that we weren't confident in, that we knew would be right for our customers, and that would be good for the world. That's the way that we kind of approach things. Even if you look at Bard, Bard is all about grounded factuality in what it shows you. It will show you where it finds things, right? That's a goal of Bard overall. So I digress again as usual. Vertex, end-to-end platform, foundation models, all built on infrastructure called GPUs, and I'll mention TPUs. I'll mention what those are in a minute, but they all everything I mentioned here, this entire box happens in your Google Cloud environment with your terms of service and your data protection. Period. That's the broken record part. I apologize for you all ahead of time. Taking it one step further into the whole foundation or framework, your guardrails to secure your data on your terms in your environment. In that section there, you see the U of L cloud perimeter, all of your security in the upper right-hand corner, the approach of it, chatbots, internet, extranet, your users touching this to your data, your content, your inference, your security. Generative AI app builder, which is the thing I mentioned in the middle, it's the conversational and search and Vertex, the adaptive layers happen. And we provide you foundation models that are frozen for you to build on top of, to build your own inferences and your own tuning to. And the first question I always get is, how often are those models updated? Quarterly. We're pledging 4 times a year, we'll update those foundation, we call those frozen models to your environment. But then you build adaptive layers. That's that part right in the middle there in the green. The adaptive layer is a way for you to tune those models. It's a way for you to build applications with the tuning I mentioned. So, hey, Chris, how do I get my accounting content mixed with your models? Through an adaptive layer tuning process. I'll mention to you in a little bit more detail in a moment. Again, all of this happens inside of your cloud perimeter. In other words, it's yours end to end. Again, there's my broken record. I apologize, but that's the approach there. So if you're ready, want to, I've got really smart engineers that will gladly deep dive into the different approaches, but I want to show you this at a high level of saying, where does this all happen? How would it happen? What do I get access to? And I'll get into a little more of that. So back to what we mentioned earlier, the Vertex AI search. This is, I'm just thrilled with this technology, what it does. But essentially what you do is you point it at a corpus of data and say, index everything that you see here, and then give me a search to all that data there. It is Google search technology indexed against your content in your environment only. And it is super powerful. You can see the idea of, and it's a large language, prompt tuning, multi-turn, embedded rankings, unstructured website, structured data, you name it. It is pretty amazing what it does. And you actually might even notice inside of this playing window here, it kind of looks a little bit like your generative AI you might see in Google search and Bard, but applied specifically in your environment. That's the key thing from that perspective there. So that's search. And the one I showed you is actually Vertex AI conversation. So again, similar. By the way, in the same screens, you just pick search or conversation. Click here, train against that. So users, dialog flow is the actual step-by-step training, enterprise search, Vertex, back it around again. So point it, let it train, start to interact with it. I am confident to say this will get you 90%, if not even higher than percentage rate to the end result of being quote unquote production ready. Test it. And make sure that those moments I mentioned before, if you get this type of question or this type of thing against you want in the, and within the conversation, if you get this type of interaction, you want it to do X, Y, and Z, tell it to do these things. Dictate, here's the things I want you to do from that perspective there. So it is really, really accelerated the option of the approach of getting to an end result application of search or conversation on a corpus of data or a website, or really any combination for the University of Louisville to do so very quickly. And then the third one I'll mention is AI Studio. This is where, hey, if my AI practitioners or folks that are familiar with AI or want to tune AI, that audience here uses Generative AI App Studio, interact with, tune, deploy foundation models. Remember that adaptive layer I showed you? This is what we'll use. This is the tool set that will use that adaptive layer to allow you to build inferences, different tunings, different approaches of it. So there's levels of tuning, by the way, from my AI practitioners. You know this. People are asking for full tuning. I'll tell you there's some roadmap things I'll show you, but different ways to get tuning approaches built into the tool sets for y'all. And then finally, Chris, what do you all have? Great. All these tools are fantastic. These sound exciting, et cetera. What models do you have? So here's the 6 boxes or areas we focus in on. Focus a lot on text. I think it's the most utilized approach to things for what we talked about, kind of chatting with your technology. To me, it's a way to kind of talk with corpus of data in an interactive way that unheard of before, but it's text generated natural language. You'd expect Google to be good at this. I think we're superb at natural language texting back and forth. Code, we have a model called Cody. It is excellent. I cannot write Python. I can't write anything. I'm not proud of it. I don't know coding, but it gives you a way to say, I want to talk and interact with data, and it helped me build SQL, and it will absolutely do so. I've got COBOL, lines of COBOL code. I want to migrate it to this new language. It'll help you with those different conversations. Is my code secure? Cody, please review my code. Is it secure? Do you find any security vulnerabilities in the code I'm developing? Here's my concerns for you. Imaging, which is a great way to generate, edit, and understand images from across the board there. Sherry, make sure there's nothing. Okay, dialogue, audio, music, and video. Those are just the different buckets you get access to. And then wrapping things up as I come up to the 45-minute mark. Here's if you're gonna leave with a couple things, this is one slide I'd like you to leave with. This is Vertex strategy from the beginning back in 2021. End-to-end thinking about how to work with models. I just talked about the different models we have. Pick, experiment, train, retrain, deploy the model, monitor the model. How's the model doing? What's it doing, right? What's the AI model doing? Is my tuning good? What's the sentiment of my users? All those components there. The bottom part is really about model management and governance. So I need to register my models. In other words, if you're a researcher on this call, you have to prove out at the end reproducible research is the terms, right, that you have to follow. So I need to register all my model development. How did I tune things? What did I do? So I can report that later on. Compliance, the entire end-to-end thinking. So this is where Google's cloud strategy has been for the last couple of years in our development. This is where our future will be, of getting you access to training, retraining, monitoring, and management of all models across the board. I'm going to skip over a couple things. This is the Genie demo I showed you, which is about a campus-wide deployment. Some of the challenges you all see. Architecture, we'll skip over that for a minute. Here's what I want to mention as well. If you're familiar with Pixel phones, you probably know what a TPU is because you have one in your phone. It's a tensor processing unit. It's developed specifically to help you use AI to help you interact with your phone and the content more effectively. That's what a TPU is built for. Google built it from scratch because we nowhere in the market did we see the ability for chips to really do AI work appropriately. So we built them. Here's the thing. In Google Cloud, you get access to TPU v4 pods. Incredible technology. By the way, all housed in a data center in Oklahoma City. Go figure. It's the largest AI data center in the world by far, 9 exaflops of space. I don't know what an exaflop is. I just know it's big, right? But you get, as a Google Cloud customer, you get access to TPUs for certain workloads. So again, it's one of those things that, hey, take advantage of the technology that Google's built. And then here's that 9 exaflops. It's in our Oklahoma data center. Again, I don't know what it is. At the end of the deck, I'll share with you research for GCP. If you're interested in talking about different options within research, the different types of research that we do with biomedical, high performance computing, emergency tech, HPC toolkit's pretty amazing, but this is where I want to leave you all, is where do I start? cloud.google.com/edu. It's going to ask you, are you a student, faculty, staff? Who are you? And then it's going to give you a ton of content to support your journey and learning cloud and different technologies we talked about. Cloud credits, curriculum, all for EDU users, students, faculty, or staff. Essentially this, folks, let me just say this real quick. You can get micro-credentials from Google Cloud for 47 different types of micro-credentials at no cost to you. Zero cost. Just take this, get the credits for free, take the exams, you'll get badges, number of badges, you can post them on LinkedIn. You'll be certified for micro-credential from Google Cloud officially for zero credits, zero cost. In fact, for my high-powered users that want to be a professional cert, let me know. If you want to be a digital architect, you want to be infrastructure architect, whatever that is, you can pretty much get all of your training done for that at no cost with these credits. You have to pay for the tests are either $100 or $200. You can have a fully fledged professional certification as well as your fantastic University of Louisville degree, walk out into the industry, and GCP, Google Cloud Platform, data architects make an average of $278,000 a year, period. There's not enough people with these types of certifications and your type of degree together in the market today. Everyone's clamoring for these types of technologies and folks that understand them. So please, please, please take advantage of all of this. All right, 12 minutes left. Sherry, I think I did okay and timing wise. I'm making sure I'm going to be.
You did really well, and you know, for wrapping up, I mean, you struck on what I opened up with, which was when our students leave the University of Louisville with that degree, they really need the expanded digital skills that are relevant at that point in time. What's relevant today is not going to be relevant 4 years from now when they graduate. So we have to keep up with these certifications and micro-credentials, and it's why the Digital Transformation Center is here at U of L. So, Chris, that was great. And so we do have a question here from Frederick about what about working for Google? Any pointers?
Frederick, great question. And so if you're a student, great. We have a ton of summer internships and different kind of approaches for that. So I would definitely, if you want to just Google internships for students today, there's great websites that'll point you to when should I put my application in? What should be on my application to become a summer intern, those kind of things in cohort from that perspective. So please take advantage of that. I myself, my interview process, I'll give you that pointer really quickly. 3 interviews. What they were interested in, Frederick, was understanding how my brain operates when it comes to problem solving. So here's an example question, Frederick, if you're interested. So, hey, Google owns a high-rise building in San Francisco. Shocking, we do, real life. Elevators can only go up 20 floors, but the building is 89 floors. It has Google plus other tenants in it. Just tell me, how would you deploy the elevator system to support both Google and the other tenants? And so I thought of an answer, and they said, great. Give me another example really quickly. And so on the fly thinking of saying, hey, how would you build a solution for this quote unquote problem best for different types of customers? So that's the type of thinking, Frederick, that we're interested in when it comes to Google. Perfect. Can Duet AI assist in formatting documents, static in Google Docs, similar to suggestions you see in the slide? Yes, it can. Duet AI is a fantastic service for that. It's not quite generally available yet. The fall, which is really where I'm right on the cusp of, right? Sherry, you mentioned this great weather we're having. It's essentially going to be fall in a couple weeks here. So yes, it can absolutely help you with formatting, aesthetic, driving ideas. That use case I mentioned with how to build me a prompt engineering syllabus for high school students. And I you're inserting prompts, kind of back to prompt engineering, you're inserting prompts into it to kind of build things out and kind of build those across the board. So absolutely can. Most large corporations, Google, Microsoft, heading towards this new technology. Output. So the reliability of the output, you need to understand how it's grounded and what kind of information did it have to help you create the output. Hallucinations, right? That's the most famous thing that generative AI is famous for, which is like it was creative and it thought through. Here's how I'm going to think through some ideas for you. The key thing is understanding what we call explainable AI, which is something that we do inherently in GCP. It will explain to you how it came up with this answer. What kind of information was it grounded in? How did it do so? By the way, the other thing to think about too is there's different weighting and different technologies you can adjust for the models themselves. So in Gen AI App Studio, the one I mentioned about tuning, you set the frameworks, the metrics for each model to say, I'm going to be 0 creative or super creative. For an accounting model bot, you want it to be 0 creativity, right? You want the answers to be exactly these answers. In a creative writing bot, hey, I want you to be very, very creative there. So explainable AI is key, which means, again, explain to me how you came up with this information. And then, by the way, the whole monitoring of that model, I think, is the other thing to think about, which is where we're seeing the outputs and the answers being clarified and verified. So great question.
Do we have any other questions for Chris? Chris? This is wonderful. So proud to have all of your time and attention this afternoon. Thank you so much for putting the effort in to put this together. I think we have some great information. I specifically am going to be looking up this Flutter that you talked about. So thank you again. And for all of our presenters today, we started off with Microsoft, and Lincoln did a great job talking about being in chat enterprise, and we're all, curious when that's going to come up. And then Eric with Adobe and Firefly and IBM. Jan did such great work showcasing what IBM is doing and Watson X. And then Daniel and Sam with LinkedIn and LinkedIn Learning and how they're using generative AI in that. And then, of course, Chris, getting us really grounded and excited about what all Google is bringing to the world with generative AI. For everybody who has joined us and have stayed the day, I'm sure your head is like mine and it's going, whoa, there is so much material here. We at the DTC are so happy that you joined us. We're so happy you're going to go on this learning journey with us. We're going to host as much as we can and put as much as we can on our website. I'm going to drop my information in the chat. Feel free to reach out to me at any time if you want more information about what we have on our website. We would appreciate it. And a big hand, because I see Elena here, to Elena for putting all of this together. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there anything that I've forgotten, Elena?
No, absolutely not. I turned on my camera because I wanted to say publicly how much I appreciated your support today. You walked us through the entire event in a wonderful way. You've been like a great host. So thank you so much, Sherry. It has been great. I have been, behind the scenes a lot, and it has been great to hear all these professionals bringing amazing resources for university students, faculty, and staff. So keep working behind the scenes to make all this available to you as soon as possible. We have recording, we will have additional resources, everything that has been put in the chat will also be made available to you all. So again, thank you so much. I don't know, Sherry, if there is anything else that you wanna say to close. Otherwise, I guess we did pretty well.
I think we're staying on time. I do have one question from Michael Martin that I don't want to miss this question. It doesn't look like that we are signed up for Cloud for Education with Google. That might be possible. Do you know, Chris?
Yeah, Michael, great question. So there's a couple things. A, do you have Workspace enabled for your university? I'd have to double check in on that. And then Google Cloud Platform, org specifically rolled out for that one as well. Michael, I'd have to go double check where we're at with those two components. That's where Mark could make his way in today, I don't believe. Either way, we'll follow up with you on that to say, here's what's available tool-wise. And really quick too, team, Colab, which I know a lot of people use and that kind of thing from that perspective there. There's also some conversations around that. So sorry, Sherry, I put in some other plugs in for conversation follow-ups, so I apologize.
You keep them coming. Keep them coming. Right. We like getting them. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. The Digital Transformation Center is always here to help support, and we definitely don't have all the answers, but as you can see, we have access to some pretty cool experts around the globe. So thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you again, everybody.
Bye, Chris.